And I need to use use the restroom. Let me go ahead and do a marker. Hey y'all, I'm back. Woo. Finally able to log in again. So first we're gonna do is the role quest for, I have the dancer at level 90. So we're gonna do that. Oh, come on. Maybe should have waited. A bit. I was in, should be noted, I was in World of Darkness, so I haven't finished my roulettes. For obvious reasons. So I will be doing roulettes along with this, so... Alright, we will be heading to... I wasted one of those because of the outage. It's not like I don't have a small amount. I have 53, but alright. Razatan. Okay, what we're heading for is Caesar Disquiet. dancer. Oh, I don't have a second ring. Should have enough to let me go buy that ring real quick. Says I have both. Why is it? Ah. I guess I forgot to. Yes, I forgot to set that up. Stupid me. How is the music? Okay, I'm making sure it's not too loud. Able-bodied adventurers in the path of Lord Hien. Do my eyes deceive me? Oh, Lady Ishnai, oh thank the kami. Lord Hien has requested assistance in the resolution of a most urgent matter, the hunt for a fell beast believing to be a blasphemy. Though we have made great strides in ensuring the safety of our people, we fear even our finest shinobi will be no match for this enemy, for it commands the skies of Doma. But as your talent for striking down foes at a distance is beyond compare, we can think of no one better to aid us in overcoming this adversary. Could be my pleasure. Oh, Kami be praised. I shall inform Lady Yagiri that she may receive you at the Doman Enclave. Safe travels, Lady Ishnai. Enclave. No, I'm worried about getting into talks with her, because it might be a cutscene. Yeah, I should have thought about this better. But then again, duties probably switched out from needing. Well, not really, but I don't want to risk it. It says I'm number 5, so I could probably, just in case. You get me! It's good to see you, Ishnai. When we received word that you of all people answered our call, I scarcely believed it. Words even. Words exist, yeah. Yet here you are. Rip, her voice actress. Oh, by the way, I was wrong on who's the voice actress for Citlali, and I'm sorry for that. Lord Hien will be pleased for this reunion if you wait here for a moment. I think. Skylar does a voice in, but I'm not sure that they are Citlali anymore. Well, well, that the kami should guide your steps to our door once more, and with such fortuitous timing. Pray forgive me not affording you a hero's welcome, but the time is not at our side. Not long after receiving word of men transforming into hideous beasts in Thanavar, a similar creature was born of a woman in Istari. After attacking another villager, it took to the skies and fled, though we know where we know not. An all too cruel twist of fate, for the one slain was among the prisoners returned to us in that deplorable exchange with the asshat and the Empire, just when they had last begun to piece their lives back together. This blasphemy must be stopped. Alas, our foe won't to keep to the skies, well beyond the reach of our samurai and shinobi. Thus we seek the aid of those proficient in ranged combat, able to pluck the beasts from the heavens. Of course, martial prowess alone will not solve our problems. Others have turned to weaker but no less gruesome abominations, as was the case in Thanavar, and their numbers increased by the day. From what I understand, this Vnyam is not unlike a sickness which spreads by feeding on fear and anxiety, emotions which of late can be found in abundance. Slaying the beast is nothing if the people's hearts cannot be put at ease. Lord Hien! You have to help the villagers, they... Sir, please calm yourself. Tell us what happened. Another was turned in Nami, my lord. For a blessing, no one was harmed when the beast blew into a rage, but people are in a panic. I feel what may happen next. It would seem we have in less time than I thought. Worry not, we will see to the beast. As of yet, there's no cure for this affliction, but we will save what lives we can, I promise you. I trust you're ready to join the fray? It's last seen near Glittering Basin. Come, I will show you. Without a cure, we have no choice but to cut them down before they cause more harm. With no sign of the beast, or any for that matter. The beast was right here, I swear it! Thank you for leading us here, but it is not safe. Please return to your village. Should we split up if we have the chance of finding it? Ishnai, would you see to the west? I will see to the north. Yagiri, I leave the east to you. If you find it, remember, these blasphemies are no longer people. They will not hesitate to strike you down, so you mustn't either. Now let us not waste any more time. Oh, me ever have a hesitation of killing things? What are you talking about? It's like they don't know me or anything. Frightened youth. Aiding. Are you alright? We heard shouting and came as fast as we could. It would appear that Ishnai arrived not a moment too soon. Why? Why did you kill my brother? Your brother. Young man, that creature was not your kin. Not anymore. Had she not lain it to rest, it would have killed you and countless others. But if your heart cries out one to blame, let it be me. The beast was slain at my behest, for it was the only way. No, you're wrong! You killed him! Murdered him! I hate you! I hate you! Wah. Give him some time. Yeah. I see. What's wrong? What are you doing here? Searching for Tonbo, though clearly you found him first. The monster was his older brother, as you may have guessed, and Tonbo gave chase to the moment it ran off. I beg you forgive him for his outburst. His brother was all he had left. Their father was conscripted by the Empire and was regrettably not among those returned to us at the recent exchange of prisoners. And Rose is the best Rose warrior. The hope they might one day be reunited was their only comfort when the Viceroy still ruled. I can only imagine how they felt when she walked into Isar, a shadow of her former self. Sue may have no memories of the monster she was, but her victims still see her in their dreams. Nevertheless, like many, the brothers prayed for your mercy would see their family restored. But then they learned of her death and of their father's absence. Deprived of hope and hate all at once, they have nothing. My apologies for rambling. No, not at all. It was a rather enlightening tale. I spared the woman who brought him pain, and took the brother who brought him comfort. I would hate me too. I swear I will set things right for Tonbo. For all the people of Doma. Please return home, I say, and be safe. I mean, join the club he had. I've killed a lot of people. Let's return to Doma Enclave. This ordeal is giving me much to consider. Well, I mean, we did kill Tetsuya in the end, technically. Well, not Tetsuya, sitting at 4 for a bit. Why did I do that? I can teleport straight there. Yagiri! I do not envy Lord Hien for the burden now thrust upon him, but he shall not have to bear it alone. I owe you a great debt for your timely assistance. An apology, for I have made you an executioner in young Tonbo's eyes. I mean, that's nothing new! Would it be that I be the one he witnessed cut down the beast his brother had become? But we hadn't time to dwell on regrets and what should have been. No, we need to take action. And after hearing of Tonbo and his brother, I believe I know what must be done. A great many of our brothers and sisters were returned to us in the prisoner exchange, but even so, there are those who have yet remained lost to us. Meanwhile, Yetsuyu, who was directly responsible for much of our people's suffering, was never held to account for her crimes. In death, she claimed vengeance for her suffering at the hands of our brother, but it came at the expense of justice for her countless victims. The people of Doma have every right to resent me for failing them in their grief, but what of those who cannot bring themselves to even do that, who are left alone with their anger and their pain? You might as well give way to despair, and then they would share the same fate as Tonbo's brother, yes. Which is why we must needs consider who else might share in his anguish, ere we find ourselves beset by more beasts. I will begin by making rounds in the villages to inquire after those whom the neighbors believe are more distressed of late. Very good. I and the other shinobi shall continue our search for the blasphemy which set these events in motion. And you, my friend, we will have need of your talents again ere long. Rest assured we'll keep you apprised of our findings. I'm actually gonna wait since I'm at number 2. I timed it correctly on that, actually. Woo! I'm smart, except when I'm not. Which is, a hit or miss. I also still need to finish, the weekly thing, Wonder Tales, or whatever. Oh, this is one I need. Oh, don't do this to me. Game! Fine. I think everyone has... Somebody... Like, look. There are 2 in ours, ninjas. And in Alliance B, there's 4. And then Alliance A, there's 1. So I think there's enough ninjas in this Alliance raid. Slicey dicey. So as you can tell, I've started leveling up my samurai. I am frozen. There we go. Running, running, running. But like I said, I wasn't able to do roulettes before I got on. So, guess we're doing it now. Sorry, y'all. Because the server went down. Can we gather them, please? Can we? Can we? Can we? Slice and dice. Running, running, running. Things to talk about, that are entertaining. I won't do main scenario quest, by the way. I'm just gonna do all the others. Oh, not MSQ. I'm talking about for roulettes. Talking about for roulettes. Well, I'm kind of also doing that with, now that I think about it, I need to go back and do Endwalker trials. I just need to watch videos of the, Pendulum. So, seems different? How different? And how much will I regret making that question? I'm nowhere near needing to do it, though, so... Huh. Still early. Well, it's just 2 of them open right now. Just 1? Okay. This is an interesting way to do this. When one of the snakes was still alive during the curtain call? I mean, to be fair, we don't have many ranged characters right now. Like I said, Alliance B literally has 4 ninjas, though you can... or shinobis. Though they do have ranged, it's not their main, you know, DPS thing. Ba ba ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Woo! God damn it. You're gonna kill me, aren't you? Game. Finally! Alright. Ba ba bum. Bum 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 bum. Ba 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 ba. Just waiting, because the thing's probably gonna pop quite quickly since I'm going as a tank for the trials. Bum 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 bum. Thinking on it. Proceeds to take longer than expected. Ba ba bum bum. Bum. Hang out in the Enclave. This is so pretty. Oh, we kept the lanterns. You know, I haven't been to my sanctuary in, like, I think a month. I bet the mammoths absolutely fucking hate me. Bum, ba, ba. Look at how Gunbreaker works. It's a ranged attack. I feel, and the key of this matter is... Hi, Apocalypse, how are you? Ba ba ba. Just running around. Waiting, waiting, waiting. Oh, Apocalypse. Can you please, you know, send me the, actually, the link to those journals that you were talking about that are the crazy ones? So that I can look at them myself? Like, where people, they pay people to do interesting, studies? The actual link to those? The actual organization itself? I thought you just, the, articles like the nose pork packing one. Or is that the general journal? Seems like Oshi decided to take over. A bit terrible for me. Ah. she keeps stealing. Say I'm not doing anything. He keeps provoking him off me. So wrong button. Wrong button. Do I have a rush one? Really shouldn't. Yeah. Sorry, I'm concentrating on this. I haven't done this fight many times, and it's one that I know. I can't remember the last time when I have seen him beaten the first time around. Usually it takes a bit. Didn't quite get there. I know, right? Now he's doing teleportation to be a dick cliche. Sounds like you like to choke them as well. Okay. Cat, not right now. Read deeply. Just make sure to clean them up afterwards. Aftercare is important. Nothing sucks more, you know, if it's like, you know, caked on there. Okay, this is the first time me playing Gunbreaker in ever. Okay, I did on my old account. That was like 4 or 5 years ago, so I'm just deciding randomly to try this out in front of all y'all. Instead of, you know, testing it out on my own. Let's hope my setup is good. Well, I tanked the other trial. And that's probably the only thing I trust. Wrong button. I am just level 60. Like, literally, I have not touched this at all since I did the beginning quest. Let's give him a hand. My creativity knows no bounds with these jokes. I, of course, have a cat that wants attention, so that's not helping at all. No, he's literally trying to lay on my keyboard. Did that wrong. Guessed that wrong. Stop, cat. Don't look so disappointed. And he's not meowing, like I said. He's trying to lay on the... The fox toy is not on keyboard anymore. He's currently laying with it now. On his bed. Alright. Okay, let's get back to... what we're doing here, which is Dancer. Alright, you Gary, what's new? Ian's absent Enclave does not sit well with you, Gary. Ishnai, we have yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the blasphemy from... sorry, but for blessing, we've received no reports of others having turned. Lord Hien, for his part, has made a concerted effort to go about the villages and converse with his subjects directly. I suspect his constant presence has served to allay the people's fears. As one might expect, he's been ever dedicated and diligent, but I fear he's been away overlong. I thought to go and visit what should be his last destination, Asari. Might I ask you to accompany me? Thank you. I'm sure this is no cause for concern, but nevertheless, I should be glad to find him quickly. And the Kami answer. His tail is flickering with annoyance because I'm not petting him after, like, the break thing. I see it out of the corner of my eyes. Fine, I'll pet you with one hand. I don't think I have the brain capacity right now to tank. Well, I could. Let me finish this quest and I'll do a leveling dungeon, I guess, as a... tank. Well, actually, first I'll need to do the... whatever the quest line to get whatever ability. Because it's been a bit. Guess I'll go with Pally. Thank goodness we found him, but why has he remained here so long, I wonder? I mean... it's all up to you! You could also be a dragon lady. Ishnai, Yagiri, my apologies if I've caused you gave you cause for concern. Assessing the state of affairs here in Asari has proven difficult. To put it simply, the people, one and all, refuse to speak with me. They simply bow their heads and turn away at my approach. Knowing the blasphemy originated here, I cannot help but wonder if it has aught to do with their silence. Perhaps you could attempt to engage with the people in my stead. Surely they have no cause to deny the two of you. I mean, a lot, actually. I should hope not. Nevertheless, I will don the disguise. Or you could be a big cat lady, too. But they also don't have different hats that they can't wear. Let's do draw attention. Come, Ishnai. Let us see what we can discover. Thank you, both of you. Do the people here not wish for the monstrosity to be laid low and for peace to reign once more? Why have they elected to behave in this manner? Are they inside? Nope. Early villager. I owe a great debt to Lord Hien. If not for him, I would still be fighting under the Imperial standard. But the village suffered dearly under occupation. What's more, our lord failed to punish the viceroy for her crimes, and failed to unite many with their loved ones. I understand why some people would think poorly of him, even if I do not. I was thinking that too. I mean, I wouldn't change into the Lupin race, but I think they're adorable looking. Many villagers were heartbroken when they learned that their loved ones were not included in the prisoner exchange. Even so, I wish they would not all lay all the blame at the feet of Lord Hien. I mean, now that we have, what should we call it? Can't we, like, whoever's left, kind of, bring over? Now that the Galarimon doesn't really exist. A blasphemy? You're mistaken, my friend. Our village was visited not by a monster, but a kami, in Azami. Where Lord Hien is cold and callous, she offers boundless compassion and love. By murdering you? I mean, I like certain women to step on me as much as possible, but I mean, I want to live to tell the experience. Come on. So it can happen again. Aye, that's right. The blasphemy was born of a young woman here in Asari. Tragic, really. Every day she prayed for the safe return of her husband, but it was not to be. If I am to be honest, I fear the loss drove her brother-in-law mad. Kasai has ever been a devout believer in the kami and their blessings, but she somehow convinced herself that Minato had become one. True. I'm still considering what classes and stuff they would add to the next expansion. And what kind of tanks and stuff. And whether they make scholars interesting again. So I'd prefer if they fix scholar versus putting another healer in there. The delusions of a grieving parent, obviously, but an alarming number of people have come to share in her belief. Heresy is what it is. Heresy! Which reminds me, I have to befriend. Well, the problem is... the healer classes, especially Sage and Scholar, seems they don't know where to go with them, really. Here, the situation in Asari is complicated, to say the least. I see. Little wonder they would refuse to confide in me. The belief held by some that this blasphemy is a kami, however, is quite concerning. Inazami presides over life and death. She gave birth to the nation of Doma, and ushers souls of the departed into the land of the dead. Well, anybody who's turned into blasphemy, their soul's gone forever. I trust you understand what it means to deny them a source of hope in such dark times, even one such as this. Yeah, original idea. What's that? Villagers also claim this Kasai can speak with the dead. In fact, she will be holding a gathering to demonstrate her powers ere long. Perfect opportunity to gauge the extent of their fanaticism. Not for me, of course. My presence will draw undue attention. Might I ask the both of you to attend in my stead? Followers will be gathering at the tavern. Come. Yeah, but that's more of a blue mage situation. O spirits Asari, I beseech you, lend me your voice and let your presence be known. Cross the veil and be among us once more. I mean, spirits can possess people in this kind of thing. Kitsu? Father? Still tending the nets like I taught you? I mean, this is a fishing village, of course. Yes, Father. Every day, thanks to you, we never want for fish. Our bellies are never empty. I am proud to be your son. I was always too embarrassed to tell you before, but... I am proud to have been your father. May you ever be blessed by the sea's bounty. Oh, it hurts! Father, what's wrong? He is in terrible pain, my child. Those who have been cheated death's design yet live. It's disrupted the natural order, and the spirits suffer for it. What must we do to ease their pain? Die! Fear not, Ina's Nami shall put all to rights. She will claim the souls not long for this world and deliver them unto the hereafter. When her work is finished, your father's spirit and all the others will find peace. They won't exist anymore! Can you find my father? Can you help me speak with him? Kasai, can you commune with my husband? What about my family? Please help me, Kasai, please. At the die answer. Gary seems convincing enough, but was that truly Kitsu's father that spoke through her? No, they live in a fucking fishing village. That's like sitting there saying, have you known anybody who has a heart attack in America? And saying, oh, saying the loved one died of a heart attack. I wonder in this room if anybody knows somebody or a loved one that's died of a heart attack. This is America. Of course somebody has. So Kasai's ability is all she claims. A young man spoke with a dearly departed father through her? I find that rather hard to believe. Even so, those in attendance appear quite convinced, my lord. And I suspect a great many villagers I've spoken to with recently are as well. Everywhere I went, the people were in so much pain. There's nothing I could do or say to give them solace. Yet for all their anguish, there's not been a single report of villagers turning since the incident with Tonbo's brother. Which can only mean word of Kasai's and her abilities to speak with the deceased is spread. The belief we can commune with our dead loved ones in death is a comfort far beyond my power to provide. Though I fail to see how the people would abide the kami claiming innocent lives to restore order. She comes in Nami. The blasphemy here? I mean, can we kill a death god? Yes. Have I killed all the gods here in Eorsia? Yes! Is it gonna stop me because so many people say don't do it? Nah. Lord Hien, Kami, she appeared from nowhere. In the next instant, this poor man was... So we were too late. Wasn't he one of the villagers returning the prisoner exchange? You recognize him, then? Curious that he and the blasphemy's first victim were former conscripts. What could the fiend be after, I wonder? Well, she's missing her husband. Maybe she's going through them. Or, like, jealousy and rage, the fact that she couldn't, you know, get back what she wanted. It does not become my lord to speak ill of the kami. One of us. I understand you've come to investigate the rumors of a monster born of our village. A blasphemy, you call it, but you are sorely mistaken. My daughter-in-law, Minato, was chosen to serve as a vessel for Izanami. I witnessed her ascension with my own eyes. This is Ball 3 all over again. Looks like she was about to jump either way. Minnow, please. Minato. I can't. I won't. There's no logic in it, no justice. The Witch of Doma spared, given a second chance, and my husband condemned to die as a conscript. I'll never know what became of him. Lord Hien can't even give me that, even. And when I look at the families he made whole, at their happiness, I feel the hole in my heart, the gaping wound that will never heal, begin to bleed. Only at my beloved's side will I find peace. Sounds like a skill issue. You're giving up too easily. I know this is cruel to say, but I'm trying to make a joke because I don't want to feel these feelings. Please, save me. You mustn't lose faith, Minato. All will be well. Trust in the Kami. In a Nami. It's a Nami. Zambababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababab I want to believe, but... Nami has come to bring peace to the souls of the departed, to restore the balance between their world and ours. Surely you will not defy the will of the kami. Bitch, I am your kami! This balance you speak of has claimed the lives of 2 innocents, but recently returned to us. I cannot and will not accept the kami will condone such cruelty. No crueler than the sight of Yetsuyu free and forgiven, while my husband and son fought in the Garlemon's wars, now dead and forgotten in a foreign land. With all due respect, Lord Hien, is it not your duty to protect Doma and her people? How are we to place faith in the man who places the enemy's safety and well-being above that of his own subjects? Bitch. Only the kami deserve our adoration. To be fair, nobody really does. Put somebody on a pedestal, they'll eventually, you know... say you're not too old to be true. But, I mean, don't put anybody on a pedestal. That's the key of the matter is, because they'll always do something that, you know, that don't deserve your respect, kind of thing. Because they're human. As they've always been. You know, any other place you'd lose your head. I mean, if she has a spirit possessing her, she's not really human, right? Stabby, stab, stab. Are you alright? For a moment you seem unwell. The villager no doubt loathed me to ask of it, but preparation must be made for burials and funerary rites. I can offer that much at least. You seemed distracted during our conversation with, trying to figure out an amusing name. Medium or whatever. It's not an amusing name. I'm not... Is there something the matter? Cult leader. Cult leader name. Jones? Yeah, I'm going with that. The echo and the blasphemy are indeed born of Minato. To bear witness to such a horror, how her mind must have struggled to comprehend what she saw. And as a woman of faith, perhaps her only surviving family became one with the divine, was the only reality in which she could come to terms. I believe I know what must be done. Jim Jones. There. But I pray for her fever does not drive her to oppose us. Come, let us return to the Enclave. Oh. What do you suppose Lorian intends to do? Well, the thing is, often we do not understand. Like, they don't seem to understand the full story. But when you told me of your vision, the nature of Minato's despair, as well as the focus of her ire, is clear. 'Tis plain she was a good-natured, kind-hearted woman, grieving for the loss of her husband. This loss alone may not be enough to have turned her, but my failure to hold Yetsuyu accountable, together with the sight of other families united, compounded the turmoil in her broken heart. A path to despair is paved by my good intentions. A truth that will weigh heavy on my conscience until my dying day. Minato was prepared to die in sadness rather than to live in hatred. If she could see the beast she's become, she would implore us to stop her. Which is why we must find others who will return to us in the prisoner exchange before they come to harm. Once their safety is assured, we may hunt down the blasphemy and bring a close to this tragedy. There's work to be done, yet Yagiri appears reluctant to take action. Ishnai, if you come to ask after the blasphemy, I have naught to share. As of yet our Shinobi have seen no sight of the beast. The returnees, however, are all accounted for, and Lord Hien has seen them safely to the Kinkan. As such, she's presently assisting with the hunt. For a blessing, there have been no reports of other villagers' turn, and yet, before the situation turned worse, there's a matter I feel warrants further investigation. Jim Jones. As though a villager of Asari, I suspect she may be, in fact, hail from my home, Sui no Sato. Knowing they would loathe to answer my inquiries, I entreated the Kojin to contact Sui no Sato in my stead. While contact with the outside world is kept to a minimum. Kool-Aid looks delicious. I have ever maintained relations with the blue of the Mizu. As a mention of Kasai, however, the cordial warmth turned strangely cold. If we are to learn more, I fear we have little choice but to go and speak with the people of Su no Sato ourselves. A simple visit for you, I imagine, but my banishment complicates matters. That said, it has been many years since I left home. Where I disguise myself, I might well go unnoticed in your company, if you're willing to take the risk. Thank you. Let us make for Onguru, then. Ba-ba-ba! Home no longer. Huh, I wonder what's gonna happen! I wonder if the name of the quest has any clue on what's happening. The garments I wore when we first met. Sufficient, I think, to conceal my identity. How many years since I last saw home? Home is where the heart is, and I don't think that's your home anymore. I'm a shinobi of Doma, but even as a child, I sought to ensure the safety and survival of Shino Sato. I was quite bold in those days, if not a touch reckless, and together with the other children, I often ventured beyond the borders of home. We yearned for adventure, and so one day we sought to behold the wonders of Doma. Imagine our horror to discover a city of ash and ruin. Imperial soldiers marching through the streets. We fled at the sight, but in my haste I lost my way in the bamboo groves. That's when I first met a boy named Shun, a sweaty mess who swung his sword with reckless abandonment. Training to fulfill his duty as a samurai, he said. Shun! That's the name of Ian. Having seen the destruction when the Empire was capable, I too felt the need to protect my home. I joined him in his exercise, and every day my resolve to protect those I love grew. Oh, that's a cute relationship. My elders refused to listen. They were content to remain hidden beneath the waves, and hopefully the Empire's notice. The heavy heart I left in search of strength I believed we sorely needed, and I found it at last as shinobi. But the people who feared war and conflict would follow on my heels should I return. I do not begrudge them their decision, nor do I regret mine. Alright, Lone Wolf, hope you sleep well, and hope work tomorrow, if you're going to work tomorrow, goes well. Part of me is overjoyed at the thought of seeing home again. Openly defying the wishes of the Ruby Princess, however, will bode ill for my family. They have suffered enough from my transgressions. This is why, for their sake, I will remain naught but a faceless shinobi at your employ. Thank you. With that in mind, let's make for place. Make for place. Oh, good, I don't have to transfer there. Transport there. All these years, and yet naught appears to change since the day I left. Now's not the time to reminisce, we have work to do. Besides departure from Sunina Sato, it was likely decades ago. Perhaps the village elders know why she chose to leave. Different areas by speaking. Yeah. Amenable elder. I was thinking it was affable, but it's not. Cassell, the name sounds familiar yet. Apologies, my friend. My memory's not what it once was. Let us seek out another. Cheerful elder. My, it's been quite some time since I last heard that name. She was a priestess of the village, brandished after drawing the ire of the former Ruby Princess. What's become of her all these years, I wonder? Please, is there anything else you can tell us? Gandhi was quite close to her, if memory serves. Perhaps you should seek her out. Mother, I had hoped to avoid my parents, but if there's no other way, Ishnai, might I ask you to take the lead? I say you're not the adventurer who aided Yuguri and Dama's liberation? Tis good to see you again. To what do we owe the honor of your visit? Yes, Kasai, we were close, but that was a long time ago. Still, if I could be assistant with the woman whom we owe so much, I will share all I know. Kasai was born into a family of priests, and even at an early age, she was possessed with extraordinary abilities, which was expected to her. But everything changed the day she said she could speak with the dead. No one believed her at first, but she continued to insist she could, and strove to prove it by demonstrating knowledge well beyond her years. Knowledge to events she could not have been privy. Words of her talent eventually reached the Ruby Princess, and she was summoned to the Shizu, the Violet Tides, for a private audience. No one knows what Kasei said to her in the palace, only that the princess was incensed with rage and ordered her exile forthwith. Some believe that she revealed a terrible secret of the royal house, or perhaps spoke a blatant falsehood to provide her a liar. Indeed, the knowledge she claimed to divine from the dead was not always truthful. But who is to say the dead would know the truth, or not seek to deceive? Thus, we could never be certain if it was simply a fantasy or a power divine. One thing's for certain, no small number of people found comfort in her words. Would that I could tell you more, but sadly I have not spoken with her sensor banishment. It's Jim Jones. Forgive me, but have we met your companion before? She looks familiar. I believe this is the first time our humble shinobi is visited. Is that so? For the briefest of moments, you reminded me of someone quite dear to my heart. Being a shinobi, I presume you've heard tales of Yagiri Mistwalker. Should you have the chance to meet her, may I ask you to deliver her a message? Tell her that her mother and father love her, and that we could not be more proud of her. I will. I have no doubt she feels the same. Not a day goes by without her in her thoughts. I believe we had heard enough. Shall we return to Ono... Which hopefully I can remember before ending tonight to also unlock the robot quests, clan quests. My apologies for placing you in so peculiar a situation. Although I must confess, it did my heart good to see mother and father well. All the more reason I must do all I can to keep the peace, as the shinobi of Doma, no, as members of the Eastern Alliance. Mayhap there'll come a day when Shino Santo opens to the world, a day when Yagiri Mistwalker can be reunited with her mother and father. Would that Lord Hien be afforded the same opportunity? But Lord Kyan and Lady Mina have long since passed, two of too many lives lost in the Imperial occupation. I cannot imagine he will ever succumb to despair, but make no mistake. Lord Hien knows the pain of his people all too well. I can see it in his eyes, and if I may be honest, it troubles me at times. Perhaps I've said too much. Come, we mustn't keep him waiting. Bum 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 bum. Doma. Oh, ha, 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 ha. For a blessing, Onoko appears to be untouched by recent chaos, for now at least. Welcome back. I trust your journey proved an enlightening one. So she does in fact hail from Sui no Santo, and she says she possessed these divine gifts since childhood. Genuine or no, the people believe her, and the more flock to her side every passing day. But the returnees are safe in Can, in this offense's bolster. As for the blasphemy, I've spoken with our Confederate allies, among others. And together we've established a network of contacts across the length and breadth of Doma to take up the search in earnest. Mark my words, we will find it. Ba-ba. You arrived not a moment too soon. The blasphemy has been sighted on the coast. For a mercy, there's no reported casualties as of yet. Just the woman I was hoping to see. No sooner had we cast wide our net than the Confederate messenger was at our door. I mean, I literally was a second later. If you would join us, Rasho awaits our arrival on Ononoko! The devoted daughter. Bum bum ba ba ba. Tensui. Yeah, about the blasphemy, yes. Lord Hien and Yagiri should be arriving soon enough. Well now, that the noble Lord of Domo should come in person once again. Mayhaps the blasphemies are truly a threat. Indeed they are, and I was told you and your sighted our quarry recently. Aye, we did, near the Isle of Shoal Rock. The beast appeared docile by all accounts, but appearances can be deceiving. If it is as you say, this blasphemy has only eyes only for former conscripts, then we have naught to fear. I trust those we have accepted into our care are still in yours at Kayan Kan, enjoying the finest Doman hospitality. Actually, I know not why it came to the Ruby Sea, nor why it remains idle, but if we act quickly, there's a chance we can take it unawares. I propose we divide our forces. If you're willing to go ashore, we'll take a ship and circle around the islands. The first to find it will have the honor of the kill. I'm quite sure since this is the, 87th quest, level quest, we won't be killing it yet. Huh, simple enough plan. Shall we be off to the Shoal Rock then? Will I be appearing there immediately? Oh, nice game, please, begging. The answer is fucking no! Though I'd earned a reprieve from battle with the Imperial withdrawal, but it seems I was mistaken. So be it. I'll not suffer this monster to threaten us any longer. Can't imagine it'll take long to deal with this creature once we corner it. Don't jinx it, please. Make ready, Ishnai. We shall find the beast first. We must prepare to strike at once. This is where the blasphemy was last sighted. If fights are kind, all will be over soon. Yeah, this is... no, it won't. Boobs. Damn. Do we have to use somebody's bait? Such speed, I doubt even my falcons could keep pace with it. Don't tell me that blasphemy's flying off in the distance. From a distance. I hope the ill will it bore me in life might compel the beast to stay and fight. Perhaps less of Minnow remains more than I thought. Minato? That monstrosity was Minato? You knew her? Her family tried to flee to Ingashi during the occupation, but their ship was raided and sunk. When we happened upon the wreckage, she was huddled between her parents on a piece of flotsam, desperately trying to keep warm, but they had long since grown cold. We took her into Onoroko, where we nursed her back to health. Couldn't imagine what horrors she must have witnessed. The mere sight of our weapons was enough to make her start screaming. She was clearly unfit for our trade, so we sought a village that might take her in. Asari was that village. Several months later, I chanced to meet her on this very beach. She was in the company of a young Ari fisherman, and I knew at once she'd found more than a home there. I saw them here many times after that. She found something comforting about this place, I think. According to reports from Razat Han, the memories and desires of those who turn can influence their behaviors as blasphemies. Perhaps Minno's memories are what compelled the beast to come here. That also explain its timid nature. Minno was never one for violence, and the sight of you, blade drawn, no doubt stirred what little woman remains in the monster. If that's the case, an assault on the Kian is unlikely, guarded as it is by our samurai. But how are we to fight an enemy so quick to flee at the first sight of danger? Robbed of her parents, her husband, and now her life, I'd rather we didn't have to at all. But I understand full well the risks we take by doing nothing. If we catch sight of the blasphemy again, you will be the first to know. Perhaps next time we can put her soul to rest. Blasphemies don't have any souls when they finally... Like, that's what Y'shtola said, that, like, they have so disintegrated, there's nothing left. Not even soul. Scarcely had time to draw our weapons ere it fled. Perhaps we must reconsider our approach. It's not to do now, but bide our time. Come, let us return to the Enclave. I also have confusion on whether it really was that killed, that other one. Yes. If the blasphemy fears to show itself, there's no telling how long it will take to track it down a second time. Probably only a few seconds after I finish this quest. Given what we've learned, it seems likely the blasphemy will return to Shoal Rock. But the knowledge will avail us not if we cannot prevent it from escaping again. Shoot it? Net? Lord Hien, on behalf of the people of Asari, we've come with a request. We welcome you with open arms and open hearts. What would you ask of me? What do you think? Return to us the prisoner exchange that have been granted shelter at Kien Khan. The fuck? They yet live as an affront to the Kami's grand design, and the spirits of the loved ones will suffer for it. Balance needs to be restored, so I beseech you to render unto them the goddess. It's another sacrifice thing. Are you just, you know, taking out the anger that your son didn't come home on innocent people? Absolutely not. It is not our pious pray for the death of others, nor is it to sate mere bloodlust. When I take a life, it be by command or my own hand. I do not do so in the service of vengeance, but to uphold my duty to Doma and her people. How did your mercy for Yetsuya serve your duty? How were your people made better by the sight of her walking free? For her crimes and cruelty, I cut her down the day we took Doma Castle. I sought to kill her, and by rights she should have died then and there. But Kami willed otherwise, and returned to us live and bereft of her memories. With no recollection of her deeds, it would have been Tsuyu who faced punishment, not Yetsuyu. It was my judgment, and that you were denied justice you deserve. You have every right to resent me. But you come before me, ask me to sacrifice men and women of whose only crime was to suffer, to be condemned to a life of servitude. If you truly believe your cause to be sacrosanct, perhaps believe yourself fit to bear the burden and swing the sword. Then step forward. Sophisticated lies. They were meant to die. The spirits demand it. Those are the words of the dead or the living who yet mourn. Yeah! He came back! Good to see you! Words of a sorry priestess and her gifts have spread far and wide, and I thought to see the truth of it myself. By coincidence, I crossed paths with a traveler hailing from the self-same village, who had a mind to return as well, but alas, could not. So he bid me deliver a message in his stead. Judging by the striking resemblance, I take it you are the young fisherman Kitsu. Thank you for the raid, Vaughn. This is a letter from my father, who's severely wounded in battle, but expects to make a full recovery. How are you? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate. What were you playing? He's alive, but that would mean... Surely a woman of your talents can divine a plausible explanation for this turn of events. Nice! I am doing well. Say it's cold here though. It's very cold. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate. I would say being that it's supposed to freeze and snow next week, and I live in the fucking south, you shall pay for this contumely. My daughter will make sure of that. Apologies for the abrupt, otherwise unannounced arrival. As you can see, my Lord Hien, I've returned. Full glad I am for it. Thanks to your timely arrival, we were given the lie to Kitsu's claim of preternatural powers. I gather you appraised of recent events. Aye, and it did not take long to learn the state of affairs here in Doma, and that my assistance may be required. I have heard tales of Kasai channeling the dead, including father of one young fisherman. He was also on a pilgrimage, paying respects to the departed. We chanced to meet upon the Liberation Front infirmary. Legend of Dragon, my hero game. Nice! Well, it's nice to meet you, hun. And I am grateful for your for us to rate. I know words exist somewhere. My brain is not working right now. Couldn't you tell? My brain exists in some parallel dimension. I don't know. Would that were not brought back together under such circumstances, but I'm glad to see you all hale and hearty. They were awesome, except I couldn't stay long because, I pretty much passed out after that. I was so tired. But I liked what I saw. Hanbo, is something the matter? I wish to apologize, Lord Hien. It was wrong of me to say the things I said. I understand nothing can bring back my father, but I was so angry Please, Hanbo, you needn't apologize. It's just, my brother was always so brave, but my father's death was more than he could bear. It turned him into that monster. If he wasn't brave enough, what chance do I have? I wanted to perform the rites for father, but the body was never returned to us, so... Not that I blame you for that, Lord Hien. I understand nothing could be done. How about we hold a ceremony so that all the bodies that weren't returned... That Akitsu father survived is nothing short of a miracle, but I fear he is indeed a rare exception. I have offered prayers at more graves than I can count. It would be cruel to give others the false hope that their loved ones might return. Yet, Kasai continues to do just that, offer comfort with her lies. Tempting but ephemeral balm for wounds that have yet healed, much like the anger some harbored towards you, or resentment for the families restored, while theirs remain broken. But for those like that poor boy whose heart lack for hatred, who know only sadness and despair. Aye, they too may turn. Exposing the truth of Kasai's deception hasn't helped matters. If we are to prevent more suffering, we must pursue a lasting solution. I am most grateful for your counsel, Gogetsu. Is there so much I could learn from your pilgrimage? If there's aught you require, but say the word and it shall be done. It is the least I can do for the part I played in Yitsuyu's tragedy. I failed her in the end, but I will not fail you, my lord. Thank you again for your aid, Ishnai. Today's events has given me much to consider. When our next step is decided, you'll be the first to know. I think I already know where you're going with this. Investigation is no good news to share. Regrettably, there's been no sightings of the blasphemy since our encounter at Shoal Rock. As Tsuni's spies, it seems fear of confrontation. Confrontation! We, for our part, have tried to make good use of the intervening calm. Even now, Lord Hien and Gogetsu discuss how we might prevent other villagers from turning. If you wait here for a moment, you will no doubt wish to hear your thoughts on the matter. Ishnai, glad you could come. As Yagiri no doubt explained, the blasphemy continues to elude us, and so we have turned our attention to other matters we can and should address. After much discussions and much deliberation, we believe we found a way to allay the growing malaise of our people. Would you, if you would... The idea came to us after considering young Tombo's remarks about his father, whose body was never found and returned to Doma. Others no doubt share his melancholy, unable to bury and mourn their loved ones as their right. Put it simply, they cannot make peace with their loss, and their anguish, if left to linger, may consume them as well. That we might provide the people of Doma with comfort and closure, we will hold a national funeral at Swallow's Compass. Those who choose to attend will be asked to present personal effects of the deceased they wish to be enshrined there. Spirits reside in all things, be they living or inanimate. Though they may die as part of us lives on the items we cherish most in life. Therefore, in lieu of remains, these belongings will be afforded a place in the royal mausoleum, and the spirits of those lost may find their way home to Doma. Play clown. I know, right? It's like, come, play a funeral director here. At last, no peace. The announcement has already been made, and a great many people are now engaging in the difficult task of deciding which keepsake will serve their offering. It's not a decision to be made lightly, but I suspect they'll have made up their minds by the time we go and collect their chosen tokens. I also hope to learn more about the departed from those willing to speak to me for my benefit and for theirs. To break free of their sorrow, they must they must seek joy in the memories and love they shared with the departed, and I will help them find it. The Liberator of Doma would be willing to favor the people with her presence as well. I've no doubt they will appreciate the gesture. Good. Yugiri, I leave the people of Asari to you. Gogetsu, might I ask you to? Apologies, my lord, but there is a small but urgent matter I must first attend to. Uh-huh. Very well, I shall not pry. Now Ishnai, let's go and pay a visit to the good people of Nami. Look, I'm just here to look pretty. Like every woman should. Sorry, that joke was bad. Bad taste! Hi, Noswall, how are you? Right then, before we begin, I would remind you that you need only listen to the tales of their loved ones. As an overseer of the ceremony, I see it as my duty to deliver their effects personally. Because of this, it is the utmost important we keep clear of any beasts that might damage our cargo. It goes without saying how important it is that their offerings are delivered in pristine condition, and I will be no good to you in a fight while heavily encumbered. If stealth or flight are no options, I must ask you to fight for both of us, but we needn't worry unless the occasion arises. I'm sorry to hear that. Just say, did you hurt yourself or fall? For now, let us be off. Or sick, or something? Any talkie-talkie. Speak with Yin. I pray the ceremony helps them find the closure they so rightfully deserve. I must thank you again, Lord Hien, for this honor. My son would have been overjoyed to know that his katana would be enshrined in the Swallow's compass. Nay, the honor is mine. I'm sure your son was a fine warrior. Aye, and so was I once upon a time, as a samurai as it happens, in service to your father when the Empire first invaded our lands. Though we were defeated, our spirits broken, my son, Motosu, was never one to lose hope. He was determined to follow in my footsteps, gave his everything to honing his skill with the blade. When I watched them train, I felt pride I thought I had forsaken swell in my breast. I knew he would restore our family to its former glory. Alas. He could have fled, perhaps started life anew as a vagabond of sorts. But he bore the burden and fought for Galarmod, for fear of what the Imperials might do if he did not. 'Tis plain he was a loving son and a warrior true. I will care for his blade as if it were mine own, and see it given honor and respect due a samurai of Doma. A samurai of Doma, Motsu will be so happy. My husband, my dear sweet never returned from Garlemald, but perhaps his soul might know peace. Please take this painting brush to the Swallow's compass. I shall handle it with the utmost care. Might we trouble you to tell us more about your husband? Yora was a kind and gentle soul. There was nothing more he loved in the world than to create. That brush never left his side, not even when he tended to the fields. Any spare moment was dedicated to his craft, and he produced the most wonderful vistas of... It was his dream to take us to Kagane, where he would become a famous artist, until he was scripted. In the early days, he would send drawings of the places they took him, though I know not how. But more time began to pass between each arrival, and then they stopped coming altogether. I know not what far-flung land he died at, but I pray it was beautiful as his works. He sounds like quite a man to hold fast to his art even when he's forced to endure such hardship. His soul will find peace, of that I have no doubt. It was favorite brush. Do take care of it. It's down there. Tonbo. I realize it's quite large, but I wanted to offer this on behalf of my brother and our father, Zushiro. If you are willing, I would very much like to hear more about them both. My father, he was a carpenter. He was a good man, if a bit stubborn, always thinking about his work. The only time he ever seemed to enjoy himself was when he had a cup of sake in his hand. When my brother came of age, he took to the trade as well. It brought them closer. I'd see them laughing over drinks together, or listening in silence to the crickets singing under the moonlight. I wanted to join them one day. This was their favorite sake. I thought they might miss it. I'm sure it will taste all the sweeter having come from you. I realize no one can replace your brother or father, but if you will allow, I would be honored to share drinks with you in their stead. When you are of age, of course. That should be everything. Will you join me for a short reprieve before our journey back? Yes, English is my first language. Can't you fucking tell? Thinking about my brother and father finding peace at Swallow's Compass is comforting. Like a weight has been lifted from my heart. I thought we didn't want any monsters to stop us. Oh yeah, mummers? They put on brave faces, but the people of Nami are still racked with grief. It is the same at every village I've visited in recent days. But it is only now that I'm struck by the contrary nature of my goals. Having joined the Eastern Alliance and taken steps to revitalize the Enclave, I believe Doma was at last on the path to peace and prosperity. I still do. Yet by focusing so keenly on the future, I have neglected the past that yet haunts my people. Even if they do not give in to despair, it becomes beasts that plague our lands like poor Tonbo's brother. How are we truly to move forward if we are constantly looking back? You speak of their haunted pasts, Lord Hien, but what of yours? Me? All things considered, I suppose it was only a matter of time before the subject was broached. I know, I'm good with that. Ha! She cuts to the heart of the matter, and the young lord. For best I should think, for he cannot lead by example if he have not yet made peace with his own past. Gotsuyu? Yep. With 1,000 apologies, my lord. I was passing through, tending to the matters of which I spoke earlier, when I chanced to hear familiar voices in the distance. If I may be so bold, the people of Doma, one and all, understand the source of your pain. To lose your father in the turmoil of a failed rebellion, his staggering duty of the throne thrust upon you, aye, how could you have ever begun to mourn when you first had to lead? It would behoove you to take part in the funeral rites, my lord. Take this time to make peace with your past while you still have yours to spend. Though unlikely, if not impossible, were you to become a monster as well, Doma would surely be lost. I thank you for your counsel, Gogetsu. But if I may ask, why is it you keep your blade at the ready? I thought this was a personal matter of yours to be naught but a trifle, if I'm not mistaken. Well, I find the katana a superior tool for peeling prisms. Speaking of which, I do believe my stomach begs for sustenance. If you will excuse me, I'm making some for Itsuyu. Training to help slay the blasphemy, no doubt. Fitting that he should offer me counsel, yet refuse to heed it in kind. He's not the warrior he once was, but he is wise, our obstinate friend. If I am to be perfectly honest, it frightens me to recall it, the moment it all came crashing down. Whoa, PTSD! Whoa! We'd taken Doma Castle, victory was ours, but then we looked out and saw the banners of the 12th Legion marching towards us, the Crown Prince at the fore. No sooner had Gogetsu and I escaped that we received word that Zenos had slain my father. I remember how the fight went out of Gogetsu in an instant, how he'd wept for his lord, and while I felt the weight of a profound duty to bear upon my shoulders, crushing, suffocating, the heat of my own breath, the chill of my clammy palms, the duty demanded I master my emotions. When all those around me, Gogetsu included, were consumed by anger and a thirst for vengeance, I had to be in control. Under my orders, we dispersed and fled to fight another day. To this day, I have not stopped to reflect on my father's death. How could I? Devoted as I am to finding Doma's way forward. But now I must. And so, having taken you into my confidence, will you see this through with me to the journey's end? The keepsake I will offer up to the funeral is hidden in a place not easily reached. We will have to fly there, I'm afraid, but worry not. My Yule will ferry us. Just a moment. Oh, we're sharing a ride? You're not going to animate that, are you? Oh, we get two. Damn. The place we seek is Plum Spring in the mountains, shall we? Yes, this is animated. I mean, not in the way. Oh, that place. It's a pretty place. Hmm. Hat. My parents would bring me here for Hanami as a child. Its beauty and serenity was such that I could forget the realities of the occupation. Indeed, some of my fondest memories of family are here, which is precisely why I chose this place to conceal the singular gift my father bequeathed to me as a child. It's adorable! Oh my god! Charming, is it not? The great auspice, Tian, Tian Danshian, said to reside somewhere in the Daryuk chain. In those days, everyone and Anyone and everyone knew the tales of his prowess. Reckless boy that I was. I once even tried to seek him out and hoping he might help us. Oh, so Goku? Wukong? I buried it shortly after my coming-of-age ceremony. It seemed a fitting place to both part with my childhood and offer a final goodbye to my mother. More of a keepsake of mine than his, to be sure. But he was never a man of worldly possessions. Still, I suspect he would allow himself a rare smile if he were to see it again after all these years. Survived pretty well in the dirt and not covered. I mean, not in a box. And that's precisely how I wish to bid him farewell. With a smile. It should go without saying, I would prefer not to be known that I kept this doll here. Wouldn't want the children to grow jealous now, would we? And with that, I believe it's time we return to the Enclave. I know! He is! It's amazing, isn't it? Two of you are already away for quite some time. Is everything alright? Yeah, it's fine. We played with this monkey. Well, let me phrase that. We found and played with his monkey. If there are yet more villages to visit and offer options to collect. But preparations are proceeding apace. Soon the people will have one less cause to be tempted down the path of despair. Of course, it still remains the problem of the blasphemy. The former conscripts will remain in the Kin-Kan until it's dealt with. We will slay the beast in due time, but before that, I would be honored if you were present for the funerary rites. Speak with your Guri the next you visit the Enclave. She'll tell you more of the proceedings. Somber expression suggests you've arrived right on time. I haven't fucking left! As ever, your timing is impeccable. I have not left. We are but moments ago completed the preparations for the funeral. I will inform you, Lord Heian, of your arrival. Basically, walk in, walk out. You're here, excellent. The blasphemy continues to shun our settlements. And I mean, to make the most of the time, most of the time its absence can afford us. I assume you're planning to take part in the ceremony? Glad to hear it. Unfortunately, Gogetsu will not be joining us today. He injured himself, as I knew he would with his secret training, and now he grumbles from the confines of his bed. But he'll be fine in due course. We may worry his convalescence after the funeral. Do I have... I mean, can I give something like, I don't know, Hashahant stuff? I mean, I don't have... I put his... shield at least by his grave. Trying to think of any other character. There's a peculiar looking doll among the effects, but I could find no record of it in our stores. Would you happen to know who brought it? No, nobody. The villagers should be arriving ere long, then we may begin. Lord Hien, I apologize, my lord, for my past transgressions. I yearn to believe my daughter was a kami reborn, but you're right. She's a monster. Words can ill express my shame for advocating the conscripts be sacrificed to appease the dead. Nay, the ceremony shall serve far, far better. So as a humble citizen of Doma, I offer my deepest gratitude and beg your forgiveness. I would make an offering on behalf of my husband and son, as well as my dear, sweet Minato. I throw myself at your mercy, Lord Hien, and allow them a place within the mausoleum, that their spirits may know peace. There's no need to beg for forgiveness, Kiyosai. Please rise. Thrump. She will come for you. I mean, I hope she does. I don't want her to chase her. Kami, she gave her life to draw out the blasphemy. Say, thank you for that, lady. You did well. I guess he works as the...
For you, Father.
Slicey dicey.
Concentrate.
Ah, this feels like a boss I've done many times before.
It is nothing. The weave of a shinobi's power.
can't heal them, apparently. I guess that was supposed to happen. Damn. Apologies for the untimely arrival, my lord. He's a fucking healer now! Are you an exorcist? Kagetsu, what's with that staff? Pilgrimage provided a most enlightening experience, and this is where a chance to discover the benefits of aesthetic training. I may no longer be fit to wield a blade, my lord, but the Shugendu affords me another way to turn the tide of the battle. Is this a new type of healing, I'm guessing? Or are we just white maging? Stubborn as ever. I shall have to thank you later. Let's put an end to this.
For you, Father.
You know, Ninja can throw things, Yagiri. Just hoping to share that tidbit of knowledge with
The
you.
weave of a shinobi's power.
Tis but a scratch.
Just a flesh wound. cat. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were at my feet. I'm sorry, bub. Sorry. Just trying to stretch out my legs, and then there's a cat there. Say, unexpected cat is unexpected. A deceiver to the bitter end, but she is still a daughter of Doma. She will have proper burial and her family's belongings enshrined with the others. Mickey! Sad that these aren't voiced. I have gathered you here today not to speak of the future, but to reflect on the past. To pay respects to loved ones fallen on the path of battle, and the field of battle. In honor of their sacrifices, these sons and daughters of Doma shall be given a place here, at the Swallow's Compass. Though they no longer walk with us in life, they walk with us in spirit. Pray never forget their bravery, and that the memory of their legacy give you comfort and strength. Marana Motokawa, an aspiring painter, he was a man who saw beauty in all things, and one day would have become a renowned artist in Kagane. Mitsuyu Jito, a warrior in training, he longed to become a samurai like his father, to bring honor to his family. Shiro Kodakami, the carpenter, a man who wholly dedicated his craft, who hoped one day to pass on his talents to his two loving children. And lastly, Minato Shihogaki and her mother-in-law Kasai. Theirs was once a happiness to be envied. Minato's parents were murdered by Imperial soldiers, and after being rescued by the Confederacy, Minato was given into the care of the village of Asari. Though she arrived with a broken heart, it was soon mended by the man who would become her husband, the son of Kasai, who herself had been born to Asari in the winds of tragedy. Kasai was a child of the deep, born in Sui no Sato. For her gifts, she was exiled, but with her courage and tenacity found a new home on the shores of the Ruby Sea. She was a devoted wife and mother, and though not related by blood, she loved Minato as though she were her own. That is how she lived, how they all lived, and how they should be remembered. Let your heart swell not with sorrow, but with joy for their memory. Know that the proof of their mark left on this world shall remain here, enshrined within the Swallow's Compass for all eternity, or until grave robbers. Let us still our voices and in silence pray for their souls, that they may share in peace that we have found. Gets you. Traditionally, the royal mausoleum is reserved for the ruling clans, but I have no doubt Lord Kayan would approve of his son's decision. Many tears were shed through the ceremony, not for grief, but for relief, I think. Happiness, even. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting to battle with a blasphemy as a prelude to the ceremony. At least now we may breathe easy, if only for a short while. The villagers have all returned home, and I believe it's time we did the same. Doma. And before I start in on the main story quest, I'm gonna at least try. Usually what happens with these clan quests is there's a whole shit ton you have to do before the clan quest is actually, you unlock the clans. So I'll try and keep my attention enough. Or I could not and do it later. I'm gonna put it off forever, aren't I? This is gonna be another Omega! I'm not yet well versed in the healing magics. Thankfully it was enough to give some use to Hien. Lord Hien, excuse me. Never in my wildest dream did I foresee Gugetsu embracing the aesthetics art. We've held a national funeral and the slain a blasphemy besides. A rather productive day, would you not agree? I know, right? The former conscripts will be elated to finally return home. Speaking of return, I think I speak for all of us when I say your appearance at Swallow's Compass came as something of a shock. What of your injuries from training? Quite painful for some time, I assure you. Despite my best efforts to reclaim my former skills, my back and my hips vigorously protested. I planned to sleep that I might be well rested for the morrow's hunt, but as a voice called out to me, I was needed, so I grabbed my cane and ran as quickly as my ailing body would allow. The cane suits you, Gogetsu, but your mastery of healing arts was a sight to behold, almost as surprising as your resurrection following the fall of Domo Castle. I am still but a novice in dire need of training. It is my hope I will be able to refine my aesthetic arts during my next pilgrimage. So, you are leaving then? Worry not, Lord Hien. Shall you find yourself in dire straits once more, I shall fly to your side. Not as a samurai, perhaps, but I will nonetheless give our enemies cause to tremble. With that, I take my leave. Though it may be years, if not decades, until we truly make peace with our past, we have turned a corner and begun to heal. We may look to the future burdened by grief ignored and sadness denied. The path ahead is ever fraught with peril, but we walk it with eyes unclouded and with pride. You've done so much for us, for Doma. I wish there was more I could do for you. If I may ask one last favor, before you leave, please inform our representative at Razat Han that the blasphemy has been vanquished, and the people of Doma are safe. With any luck, our experiences here will prove useful to other nations that grapple with these beasts. Safe travels, Ishnai. May the Kami bless you. Still try and murder me again. The people of Soni no Sato will be relieved to hear of recent events. I wonder what mother and father will say. You all know that I'm just gonna go straight to the MSQ, actually. Just feel like I need story. After all the stress of trying to log in and not being able to. Unless there's like a whole group quest now that I've got all these done. Ishnai! Lady Ishnai, you've returned. Word from Doma? The blasphemy is no more? This is most wonderful news! I must inform the other delegates at once. Thank you again for answering our summons. If another threat should rear its dastardly head, I pray we will count on your assistance again. Die specific, yep. Yep, something. More than loneliness. What's up? Suggests she's hoping you might pass through. Well, if it isn't Ishnai, an all-around good egg and champion of, well, the whole world, I suppose. Universe, whole universe. I mean, I don't need the praise. Word travels fast, my friend. We've heard all about your exploits defeating the blasphemies that plague the good people of Eorzea and Doma. Sadly, there are other fell beasts that have yet won for saying, but fear not. Our efforts to bring them low proceed apace, and we've not but glad tidings from our allies. Reports from Galermond, however, suggest another blasphemy threat lurks in the snow, and we received a petition for aid. God damn it. Strange, don't you think? When the effects of the final days began to spread in earnest, we encountered a great many monsters in Garlemald, but never a blasphemy. To make matters worse, they say Garleans who choose to remain and rebuild have begun transforming into yet more hideous creatures. God damn it! From what I understand, it was you and your comrades who brought the end to the source of the final days, is that right? Even so, it would appear its effects will linger a while longer. Until this malevolent influence on Akasha subsides, I dare say it won't be the last time we hear such sightings. As for the blasphemy, we have reason to believe it's a great deal stronger than any we've faced so far. Your strength and experience will be quite valuable if you're willing to help, of course. Of course I'll help. Truly, our contacts in Charlian will be thrilled to hear it. Though they did not explicitly request your presence, it was clear that from the first they were hoping it. Though, if I may be frank, I was not expecting Charlian of all places to be so concerned with the present state of Garlemald, but with their strict policies of non-intervention. Perhaps we'll find out the reason before this is all over. But that's an inquiry for another time. I'll not keep you any longer. Once you've arrived in Garlemald, I shall think the intelligence officer stationed there will be more than happy to apprise you of the situation. I guess I'm going to be distracted by this instead. Well, as a joke, since it'll be in Garlemald, and it's fucking cold, and you know it's fucking cold here... The spirit of the season. Ishnai, the Ishnai, it's an honor to have you with us, miss. I presume you're here to assist in our hunt for the blasphemy. Maxima and Lucia will be pleased to hear it. If you'll come this way. It's good to see you, Ishnai, though I wish it were under more fortuitous circumstances. It's always going to be bad circumstances. We were reluctant to call upon you, knowing you but recently returned from the far reaches of the heavens, but we were no less glad for your aid. Now, I believe it's best that the man who first discovered this blasphemy explain the situation. Master 4! Ah, Ishnai, good. We may forego our introductions then. Thank you for answering the call for assistance. Oh no. Sorry, I'm just thinking of how this is gonna go. Oh god. As for the situation at hand, it concerns a joint effort between the Forum and the Loporrits to find a new purpose for the moon. Though there's no longer a need for a vessel to evacuate the star, we believe the moon may yet prove of use to the people of Etheres. After much contemplation, a rather ingenious proposal was put forth. To transfer the moon into a repository for man's knowledge, an archive hitherto unseen scale. Charlian has long had the honor of boasting incomparable repositories of the world's knowledge, but it's far from perfect. Should a calamity befall us, natural or otherwise, the wisdom of the ancients we have long labored to preserve would be lost. But the moon is beyond any such risks. Is it, though? What's more, it is beyond the jurisdiction of any one nation. That sounds good and bad at the same time. Thus did we consult the allied nations of Eorzea, the Far East, and Raz at hand, and they agreed to assembling a survey team to take the measure of the moon and potential as a repository. Our plans for assessment were forestalled, however, by the presence of an entity we believed to be a blasphemy in the Tower of Babel. Claims of Garlean citizens transforming into monsters shortly after its discovery only gave further credence to our initial supposition. But we're not only ill tidings to share, reinforcements have been dispatched to aid us in quelling the blasphemy threat. Lord Toriel and a member of Gridania's Keepers of the Entwined Serpents have already begun an investigation into the catalyst of these transformations. Though the skies no longer burn, the spread of this infection must be curtailed. We must remain vigilant. Until the blasphemy threat has been quelled, Alphino and Alizé have graciously offered to keep the people calm in Turium, because they're not currently in Toriel. I mean, Tulula. No, it is Toriel, while we attend to the people here. I'm forgetting the names of jokes. But the matter of the blasphemy is not so easily resolved, I'm afraid. We recently met with certain complications that have hindered our plans. Yuguri and Fordola are presently deliberating how best to resolve the situation. Perhaps it would be best if you heard the details directly from them. Okay. I shall like to join you if I may. As this endeavor was originally undertaken on Charlian's behalf, I feel it is my responsibility to see this through to the conclusion. I feel like I'm gonna be judged even more by the Father, since I prefer if it's the mother that's judging me at this point. Somehow I should have known you would turn up eventually. Yeah, I seem to have that ability. I did not expect to see you here of all places. I mean, yeah, we were just in Doma together, but I'm no less glad for your presence. I presume the Board of the Blasphemy is what brought you here, in which case I believe it may be best if a member of the reconnaissance team guard explained the situation. You! An acquaintance of yours? We're getting the band back together! Long time no see, Lorenz. I'd heard you tell you were a worldly sort, but bugger me if I knew you had heard my name before. Ahem. I'm just a lowly sword for hire, helping to flatten my purse with a touch of mercenary work after taking me leave from Limsa. The job sounded enough, but well, I'm sure you wouldn't be here if it were, But you didn't come all this way to hear about me, did you? The blasphemy we're after is making its nest in the upper reaches of the Tower of Babel. The auxiliary sector, I believe it was. But it wasn't alone. A sizable horde of beasts were circling about the knights, protecting their queen. Naturally, we thought to strike it from a distance, but before engaging in earnest, not a single bullet reached its mark. They were protecting some sort of manner of mystical shroud as far as I could figure. With a keen eye for magic, I don't see anyone getting through. By the time we fully understood the futility of the situation, we'd been spotted. Retreat was our only option, pains me to say, but there won't be any brute forcing our way through this one. I don't think this is the accent I use for him. My understanding was that, once transformed, these blasphemies are completely devoid of aether. With what energies could it create such a barrier? That's the question, isn't it? My first thought was some hitherto unknown technique for conjuring shields. Needless to say, I'm out of my depths when it comes to the matter of magic. I don't have the accent again. Which was precisely why I planned to speak with the Elder Seats here when she arrives. If anyone could help us find a way to overcome the blasphemy's protection, it's her. In the meantime, could we trouble you to help fight with the not-so-small matter of people changing the beasts? The blasphemy's horde was large enough when we first found it. We can afford more to join its ranks. Very well. We shall reconvene with Lord Atoriel and discuss the strategy. Ah, before you go, there's something else you should know about the tower. From the moment we set foot inside, I could swear there was someone or something watching us. I shrugged it off, thinking it was a figment of my imagination, but in hindsight, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure. Nothing to worry ourselves about now, but best keep your guard up when we finally do return to the tower, eh? Gosh, why did I have to give for a nice hot bowl of soup? What do you mean you can go inside? Lord Hain will be arriving ere long, aptly dressed for the cold, I should hope. Ugetsu would no doubt count himself fortunate to be absent if he knew we were here. Our involved sends his regards, by the way. Yes, me to tell you not to push yourselves, but we all know what a waste of breath that'll prove to be. I know, right? Keeper of the Enshrined Serpents. Hi, you. Under normal circumstances, I would never dream of leaving the Elder Seats to your side, but considering the nature of these blasphemies and the calamity they bring, she insisted that representatives from Gridania proceed her arrival. It would appear their investigation into recent reports of refugees transforming is well underway. Ah, Ishnai, 'tis good to have you with us, my friend. Indeed, the road before us is not an easy one, and a woman of your talents will prove invaluable to our efforts. We but recently returned from reconnaissance, wherein we made a few rather surprising discoveries. First and foremost, we were pleased to discover that no one residing within Camp Broken Glass or Turium has turned, no doubt thanks to the concerted efforts of Maxima, Alphino, and Alize. However, we have reason to believe that those who did turn all hail from Locus Ammons. You mean the leadership one? You mean Corvos, the Garlean's ancestral home? Or that? The very same. When the ill effects of the final days began to manifest there, a number of Garlean refugees from the south region sought sanctuary in Garlemon, but the capital was already in ruins when they arrived. They were offered asylum, but many refused and instead chose to fend for themselves in the outskirts of the city. We are of a mind to go and speak with them directly, if you would care to join us. Perhaps together we can learn of what other recent circumstances have triggered such terrible change among their people. Locus Amonos suffered greatly in the wake of the final days. 'Tis only natural they would have sought shelter at the capital. I can but imagine their horror on arriving. I'm not Garlean by blood, but having been raised in the Imperial Providences, I would be lying to say I'm not moved by their plight. Time is of the essence. I believe it prudent we split into two groups and cover as much ground as we may, as quickly as possible. If you and Master 4 would inquire after the people of Victor's spoils, the two of us shall see what we may learn at Liminal Station 4. When you have finished, pray meet us there. You keep sticking me with Alphino's father! Why? Victor's spoils to the east of here. Let's be off. I feel like he's judging me. I mean, he is, but I mean... most people are judging me. I mean, I said nothing. Okay. There's a hole in this place, right? I could get out of? Or not? I'm a stupid boo-boo. Might change it to a red mage because... Actually, no, we're going back to astrology, and I just realized because I am showing off a forbidden art that's not supposed to be left outside of Charlian. You know, my mentor was totally not pretending she's dead and under a different name. Hi, 4. That they should choose to reside here in the cold, but I can presume they will not be amenable to conversation. Even so, we must not be deterred. Come. I mean, the 2 sisters of we did bury them there, right? Talk? What is there to talk about? We've no home, no future, nothing. This doom spells the end for all of us. I mean, we trade relations. Come to hear of our grievances, have you? Huff. We have more than you have time to hear of them, I'm sure. Lost not one, but 2 homes. Our loved ones, our livelihoods. There's nothing left. I mean, there's the thing with Rouse at hand. I served my time in the military, aye, but for what? To lose all my friends? My son? And there's naught to show for it but our claim to Locus Amonos. Or so we thought. Calamity visited upon us for reasons we know not. Where we thought to flee, it followed our heels to Garlemald. Ruin and ash at every turn. What are we to do when we have nothing left to live for? Say, the quitter talk. I repeat, I'm just saying this. Never have me as a therapist. Shall we meet back here when we've finished? Despondent. I can't imagine why you or anyone else would feign interest in our troubles, but if you insist, you'll find a great many of the people here were in the military at one time or another, some retiring with honors, others without. Sadly, I'm one of the latter. Born one too many scars in battle. Even so, my contributions were enough to warrant leave to move to Locus Mamos. It's a land of warmth and bounty. The Cavorsi and the rebellion admittedly proved troublesome at the time, but it didn't take long for the Second Legion to quell their uprising. You could practically drown the calm and quiet. Then one day the skies came alive with flame. Isn't Corsai where Grahati is from? We were overwhelmed by all manner of foul beasts, born of our brothers and sisters. The Second Legion barely had time to assemble their forces before they were overrun and snuffed out. We barely escaped with our lives. But we were greeted with only more wreck and ruin on our arrival here. And we've not enough strength to take our home back from the Corsai a second time. There's nothing left for us anywhere. It's all the same to you. I'd like to be alone right now. Did you learn aught of how they came to be in such dire straits? I see. I heard much of the same. The military forces of Locus Aminos was defeated in the wake of the final days. Despite desperate to survive, they naturally fled to Garlemald, seeking sanctuary. Sanctuary! It was their hope that the might of the Empire would allow them to reclaim the home they were forced to abandon. The capital was already in ruin when they arrived. Needless to say, the lands they have long believed to be the ancestral home of the Garlean people may forever remain lost to them. Those unfamiliar with history would believe they've always resided in the cold, bitter cold climes of the northern Ishbal, but that's only after Coruscant invaded 800 years prior. With the advent of Magitech, I imagined it was all too easy for Emperor Solus to rally his people and take back what they believed was rightfully theirs. Yet history would tell us true, that the land they call Locus Aminos has been known by other names, and served as home to a myriad of peoples. Indeed, one need only look back in Allegan's reign in the Third Astral Era to give the lie Garlean claims of sovereignty. Yet even had they had such ancestral ties to Locus Aminos, the antecedent cannot justify their animosity towards foreign people. Animosity poorly veiled by delusions of justice, as has been the case for so many nations throughout history. Would that man had the sense and strength of will to break free of such chains of hatred. Help! Someone help! They've turned! Another monster? Quick, Ishnai! We haven't a moment to lose! Murder! 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 I mean, Murder! Oh God, what happened? Only one of my mates seemed unwell, so I thought I'd come over and look in on him. Next thing I knew, he... No one appears to be injured. Did he not attack? He just walked off in the direction of the tower, in a daze as if it was calling to him. He could not have gone far. If you go with him, I will remain here and see if they're all accounted for. If Sita matters here, go and find the beast before it can reach the tower. You mean go and murder the beast? Sure! Same thing. Oh, this is the same, almost the same form that, Zero had. Except less hands over the eyes. Whee! The beast is slain then, thank the heavens. For a blessing no others have turned, and the measure of calm has been restored, if only for the moment. Witnesses were able to offer a clue as the source of the transformation. He claimed the afflicted was listening to this radio. Even now it continues to play the same cryptic message. Why haven't we gotten rid of that yet? Empire no more, never again rise ashes. Though distorted by radio static, you can hear the voice saying, "The Empire is no more, never again shall it rise from the ashes." But how is this possible? There are no facilities left standing that could possibly deliver a broadcast. We still haven't dealt with them? Last time this happened, a signal came from the Tower of Babel. Be it as that may, Anima is no more, and the Tower of Babel is falling into disrepair. By your hands, no less. I know, right? Which begs the question, who or perhaps what could be behind this? The blasphemy could be, you know, doing it. Ishnai, Master 4, a moment if you would. Friends! Shortly after we arrived, finished our inquiry at Lumen Station 4, Lord Aramek and Admiral arrived and requested an audience. Apologies for our late arrival. Knowing firsthand the devastation which blasphemies are capable, I discussed the matter with the Admiral, and we were of one mind that the situation warranted our immediate presence. It is safe to presume a representative of the survey team has already arrived? Indeed I have. Thank you all for coming this way in such short notice. God, this is a blasphemy if we have all the gang together. Recent events here at camp have proved most enlightening. This the aforementioned radio? Empire, no more, never rise again, ashes. Harsh reminder of the misfortune. Sufficient to push some wayward few over the edge, it would seem. Yet it still remains a question of who's sending this message, and from where. Glory, everlasting Garlemald. For glory everlasting, for Garlemald. No, it couldn't be. You recognize this message? A mantra often spoke by Lord Narva. Anyone who lived in the provinces under his authority could scarcely forget those words. He sought to claim the throne after the assassination of Emperor Varus, did he not? After civil war broke out, he all but disappeared according to the intelligence we managed to gather. How could he have managed to breach the tower undetected? To have done so and remain unnoticed by creatures infesting the tower seems nigh impossible task unless... Do you think the voice on the radio is a blasphemy? Good that y'all are keeping up with me! Head of the game here. usually. I do, and as it was with Anima, these radios are somehow in tune to whatever signals that it emits from the towers. What's more, I believe the true identity of the blasphemy is Nerva. Robbed of the throne and forced to watch the empire he longed to command crumble before his very eyes, if such a loss did not drive him to the same fate as Quintus, the despair he felt no doubt overcame and turned him. Nerva's delusions of grandeur aside, the Garlean's plight sounds not unlike the Sagan, despite desperate to preserve their spawning grounds. Indeed, though unscrupulous by any measure, the Garleans found solidarity in their ideology, as did the people of Ishgard in the church. Adrift without home or purpose, it's all too easy to despair to take hold. Desperation. Would it be a remedy as simply as offering them land as we did the Sagan? In all likelihood, the Garleans would refuse to settle for aught less than what they believed to be their ancestral home, a claim Karavasai would readily take arms to denounce. We would do well not to further fan the flames of animosity betwixt them. Then perhaps at the very least we can offer them peace of mind, a means to regain some semblance of stability in their lives. To offer them true comfort and stability, Garlemald must be rebuilt. By no means an easy solution, perhaps the only one worthy of pursuit. Of course, the Nusnula Garlemald must remain a sovereign nation, free from the oversight of others. Aye, they would see no meaning in otherwise. If I'm not mistaken, Alphino and Alize have already made strides in helping the people here gain some enormously in their day-to-day lives. A most important step, but it will mean little without proper leadership. Rather than a single individual, perhaps a governing body of sorts will prove more effective. So that's where we get from the main quest line of those people. There are a number of former members among the refugees at Camp Broken Glass, as I recall. With their help, creating the framework for a new governance is not an impossibility. Then let's call the people together and see what they make of our proposal. Why here are we meeting? In the cold, no less. The final days have taken much from you all, but I can imagine the pain you feel in the face of such a miserable loss. Though the final days have been averted, the effects yet linger, and a blasphemy has been born of your suffering. Decisive action must be taken before further harm is wrought upon you. To overcome such adversity is too great a task for any one person, but as a people united, there may yet be hope for the morrow. While it's not our place to decide how you will move forward, we would offer a small measure of guidance. We are told a number of former members of your Senate yet remain amongst you. Would you be amenable to an interim government led by those individuals until such time as Garlemald could be rebuilt? Rebuild Garlemald? Garlemald, is that such a thing truly possible? Humph, even if we do cobble together some governing council, they won't be making anything of that pile of ash we dare call Garlemald. There's no going back to Locus Amos either. Rack and ruin, those are our only options. I mean, Garlemald rose before again. I realize rebuilding Garlemald is a seemingly impossible task, but you needn't undertake it alone. My children are working with members of the First Legion as we speak to begin an organized relief effort. And there are others for the Providence no doubt willing to lend their expertise. You need but ask, not as would-be conquerors, but as brothers and sisters of the Star, and others will heed your call. Should you still see no merit in rebuilding Garlemald, then I would offer you residency in Charleon. I promise you will be welcome with open arms. Charleon? Now, how do you expect us to go and lick the boots of some country we've never even heard of? My apologies if I appear to be overly forward with my proposition. Considering our strict policies and non-intervention until but recently, it's not surprising you are unfamiliar with my homeland. It is an island nation to the north, home to a myriad of peoples, which is why I believe it will not prove difficult to accommodate you and yours. To be clear, you will not be migrating to Charlian to live in servitude. You have my word that each and every one of you would be guaranteed citizenship upon entry. And what exactly would you go to such lengths for us? For the conquerors you barely know? Charlian was long aware of the coming doom that would be the final days, so we were prepared to evacuate this star, taking as many people and resources as our stores would allow. Initially, it was our intent to save the people of Garlemald as well, but we had not forgotten your transgressions in invading Alamigo, your rejection of our entreaties of peace. After a great deal of deliberation, it was decided we forego an invitation to Garlemald, a determination that was met with great trepidation. We had convinced ourselves that it was ultimately for the greater good, though I can think of at least one individual who continued to protest. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it's insolence. Sage counsel I brazenly cast aside when confronted with the final days in earnest. But Ishnai here and her companions refused to forsake those we were otherwise unwilling to save, with great risk of themselves. They achieved the impossible and opened my eyes to the error of the Forum's decision. If all other roads lead to ruin regardless, perhaps we should at least consider it. Then it would be my pleasure to invite you all to Camp Broken Glass, where you shall have warm food and beds both. Admiral and I will speak with Maxima and the others, and consider how best to assist the Garleans moving forward. Should we broach the subject of the blasphemy, however, we will not hesitate to call upon you. Deardo? Or somebody else? Probably someone else. Have to pick up something. Though visibly relieved the Garleans are safe, the hardness and force I suggest your work is far from over. Of course it isn't! With Garleans hearts at ease, the likelihood of others turning is greatly diminished. That said, it's no cause for us to grow complacent. We must needs find a way to overcome the blasphemy's protective warding. If I understand correctly, a blasphemy's behavior is often times influenced by the memories and emotions of their originator, in which case it would be prudent to learn more of the man who birthed this monstrosity. How fortuitous then that a number of soldiers from the 3rd Legion are in our custody. For our mercy, their tempering was not so severe as to be beyond our ability to heal them. They are presently being treated at Camp Broken Glass. Perhaps the camp's intelligent officer can tell us more. Who among them knows aught of Nerva's whereabouts? I wonder how many quests... You know, I can look it up. Misguided view. 1 second. Moment dying on how to spell things. Misguided. It's all one word. And I'm stupid. Ow. Forlorn Glory. Okay, one more. I see. Perhaps it's best you speak with Virgila, goddess of the Third Legion. Virgil. She's in the med, but the doctors aren't like to oppose a brief conversation. If you'll wait here a moment. Unless that was the Veritas that's there leading us. I mean, those watching us. Eorzea's champion, I presume? One of her cohorts. What business do you have with me? Your Sparta is faced with an imminent crisis, and we believe you have the knowledge you bear, maybe keeping it, if in stopping it. Thus we believe the blasphemy to be Nerva. His whereabouts in the wake of the Garleman's fall, or lack thereof, give credence to our theory. Lord Nerva? From what we have pieced together thus far, you're one of the last to see him alive. Please, will you not share with us what you know? Very well, though I suspect that what meager knowledge I possess shall avail you not. I last spoke with Lord Nerva after the warring with the First Legion began. Cloistered within the lower levels of this Syndicum Imperalis, he spent the later part of the day listening attentively to the radio. He seemed hopeful, or perhaps desperate for news that the tide might turn in our favor. The next day, I left for the front line. When I heard there was a terrible noise, which I assumed came from the Tower of Babel, the darkness took me, and I remembered naught after that. I was told the radios protected those close to them from the effects of the tower, in which case Lord Narva would have remained unaffected. But he has ever been devoted to Garlemald, for glory everlasting, he would say. To watch the empire he loved so dearly crumble, I can think of no one who would be more stricken by the sight. It would seem we were right to assume what became of Nerva. And it does not surprise me the beast would choose to make its nest within the Tower of Babel. It stands atop the remains of the Imperial Palace, the throne he revered so highly. But the Empire is no more, and Lord Nerva apparently is no longer the man he once was. He deserves to be laid to rest, together with his dreams of glory. We will fell the beast, you have my word. Apologies for the interruption. Cania has arrived, and we're ready to depart. It's good to see you, Ishnai, Master 4. I have spoken with Lorenz of the ward protecting the blasphemy, and I'm quite confident in some matter of aether-based magic bars our path. If I may be so bold, Elder Seer. We've reached the same conclusion initially, but that simply is not possible. These creatures born in the final days are devoid of aether. As such, they would be unable to produce such a barrier in a matter which we are accustomed. Do you suppose it's possible they're manipulating dynamis to achieve a similar effect? I too thought to dismiss the notion of a barrier fueled by aether. That is, until I stepped foot here in Garlemald. Even now I sense the streams of aether flowing towards the tower. Its purpose, after all, was to harvest reserves of energy sufficient to reach the moon. Even if one was incapable of manipulating aether directly, it stands to reason control of the tower would alleviate such a need. It's merely conjecture, of course, but I cannot say for certain until I have examined the currents with mine own eyes. Might I ask you to accompany us? I would join you as well if I may. My injuries would keep me from being used in battle, but my knowledge of the land should serve me as well as my blade. I would not be opposed to your company, but it's not my decision to make. She may go as long as she remains under the watch of you and the others. Very good. Might I suggest we begin with Rego urbanism? As to sense a great confluence of aether in that vicinity. I'll switch to my red mage. Good that we have scouts that pay attention to everything that we're doing, and not like Lorenz probably already knows that we're being followed. Actually, if I'm gonna pass over that area. To get the XP. Get back to red mage. I heard that Alden should be arriving before long. I can already picture him knocking his knees, muttering under his breath about the cold. I will never understand how anyone could grow accustomed to such cold climes. Part of me does not wish to believe this blasphemy is Lord Nerva, that I failed to protect him, and yet... I'm sure it's just my imagination, but I can't help but feel we're being watched again. Same! Seem I underestimate the resourcefulness of our adversary. As I thought, Aether Stream here flows towards the tower, as do all the others in this region, no doubt. This convergence first began with the Joy Boys erected spires all over the corner of Eorzea to fuel the power of Babel. But once destroyed, this diversion of Aether should have ceased. Alright, whoever you are, if you have business with us, quit your sulking about in the shadows and speak your piece. You were sat there in the tower, weren't you? Ha! I was right! It is Nero! My, you're sharper than you look. I recognize you. Nero, yes. Why are you following us? Who said I'm following you? Being a native of Garlemald, does it not stand to reason I might be inclined to come and see what has become of my home? I know not what you're scheming, but we've no time to entertain your games. Perhaps Master Garland would be better accompanied for you? Spare me. I'm a man of great ambition and far greater intellect. Far beyond the scope of anything Garland could hope to achieve. He his head in the clouds, while I would set my sights to the stars beyond. Which is why you snuck into the tower. But like us, you couldn't get past the blasphemy to reach the transporter. Yes, well, I was very much hoping you would dispense that little obstacle. And having caught wind of your plans, curiosity compelled me to see if you were truly up to the task. Do you have reason to believe we are not? Or perhaps the great genius Nero means to dispense of the blasphemy himself? Far be it from me to steal your glory, having come all this way. But as I am feeling generous, I will tell you what I've learned during my time in the Tower of Babel. Good for you! I was able to access its systems, you see, and discover one of those dreadful spires still appear to be active. Impossible! They all vanished when Anima was destroyed. Yes, and I've heard of your recent escapades reclaiming the remnants of the Emperor? What? Huh? Did I? But obviously you failed to reclaim his entire body. I have not done that! When was this? As such, as it stands, a piece remains but towering the tower at Fabrica. Ah yeah, the manufacturing district, just north erstwhile the Imperial Palace. Rather impressive feat, considering how these lands are so utterly devoid of aether. Barely enough to sustain life, let alone the spire. What if someone were to use Varus' remains to forcibly create a confluence of sorts? Precisely, and from what I gleaned in this tower's systems, his heart serves as its core. Of course it does. Coursing not with blood, but your precious aether, and now Nerva has amassed a surfeit to shore up his defenses. How fortuitous that he should find so purpose and impetus for his design, stolen from better minds than his own. How very like him. Oh, did I say that aloud? Forgive me if I failed to show concern for your ire. If what you say is true, these lands could never hope to recover as such a paucity of life energies. We must hurry and find Varus' heart to spare both the land this wanted harvesting and deny the blasphemy its source of its protection. Are you presume you have any intention of aiding us? As I've said, I've no intention of stealing your glory, though I fear victory may soon slip through your fingers if you do not act quickly. The Tower of Babel was designed specifically for Anima to serve as its core. Nerva, forcing himself upon a system, has caused it to grow increasingly unstable. If my calculations are correct, and they always are, yeah, sure, whatever, it'll not be long before his presence triggers the system meltdown. The resulting explosion will destroy whatever tenuous streams of aether breathe life into the land of Garlemald. But more importantly, we'll lose our only means of reaching the moon. Heavens forever denied my genius. So very unfortunate. In any event, it would seem time is of the essence. It's all well and good, but even if we know which district to search, finding the heart will be like a needle in a bloody haystack. Actually, I may know where we can start. It's all rather hazy, but I still have a vague recollection of my time serving Anima when I was enthralled. We commanded to erect some manner of facility tucked away in the corner of Fabrica. I remember not what it was for, but it's still a good place as any to begin our search. Certainly sounds promising, but I'm sure this facility will be heavily guarded, and... it may be the best for us to divide our forces. If it's just the four of us, it shouldn't prove too difficult to sneak inside and find the heart. Meanwhile, our main forces can stay ready to storm the Tower of Babel when the barrier gives out. Leave it to us. Ligurian. Okay, I was gonna say. Oh god, I'm left with Nero. This is Livier. What? Very well. We shall return at once. A number of Garleans have left camp for the Tower of Babel. They have somehow misunderstood the threat of the tower and convinced themselves that Nero has taken refuge there, still clinging to their ill-placed misplaced patriotism, no doubt. They could not have gone too far. If we act quickly, perhaps they can be found before they come to harm. The wise man would not waste his time on a few wayward refugees. I thought you Charlian scholars knew better. To ignore the plight of one might conceivably save is not wisdom, sir. All the same to you, Ishnai, I would join you. I will return to camp and begin preparations for our assault on the tower. I suppose I should go as well. Nero for you. Though I am unarmed, I promise not to be a burden. That said, it would behoove us to avoid any undue confrontations if possible. Now then, let us be off. Damn it. We have no time to lose. If they reach the tower, there's no telling what will happen. Don't get stuck in that. Don't know why I ran when I could have flown, but, oops. No trace of them here. Let's keep searching. I mean, it kind of will be obvious they would probably stick out pretty damn well. Help, someone please! You're that came from over there. Over there is my hairbrush. What are you yelling for? Everybody's dead. Or dying. Or monsters. Hi. They are understandably shaken, but otherwise appear unharmed. You're the ones who came to speak with us before. We heard Lord Nerva has returned and assembling forces in the tower, but... No, not Lord Nerva too. There really is nothing left for us. I will not deny your situation is dire, but you're not without a path forward. I believe you've the passion and conviction needed to rebuild Garlemald, if you choose, or failing that, you could begin life anew in Charlian. Rebuild Garlemald? No, there's no point entertaining such a lofty dream, and we would sooner die than suffer under the rule of another. You would sooner seek death than sanctuary? Your resolve is admirable, but sorely misplaced. If you would not see Garlemald rise from the snow and ashes here in Ishbald, would you consider venturing into a new frontier? A new frontier, and where exactly is the land ripe for exploration? There, on the moon. It is our goal to create a repository of man's knowledge there, free from the jurisdiction of any nation. As I understand, the magic and technological advancements of Garlemald were without peer. Your expertise would be indispensable in the endeavor, should you be willing, of course. You really expect us to go live on the bloody moon? Is such a thing even possible? Have you a better alternative? Lest you forget, Garlemald did not rise from grandeur, from complacency in present or rumination in the past. We live for the future, it is in our blood. Life is not without hardships, of course. Even I've met with the occasional stumbling block. But even should I stumble, my eyes are forever fixed skyward, seeking even greater heights. I was one of the stumbling blocks. The Empire may be lost, but I still possess a great deal of knowledge gained from it, and a desire to seek more. The very notion of exploring the moon is an unprecedented prospect, and that we would balk at the proposition boggles the mind. Consider this. You have heard the beasts of the final days were born of those hapless souls that had given up on everything, yes? If that were indeed the case, can you tell me why you still stand before me? Because deep down you believe your life is yet worth living. Deep down you've long reached for the unreachable. Or perhaps you don't. Should you choose to lay down and die here in the snow? That's none of my concern. Reach for the unreachable? That sounds like something I would have said back at the academy. Alright, we'll go. I suppose it's better than dying here in the snow, as you so grimly put it. Then we must first dispense with the blasphemy that commands the tower. It's going well, Mystified HC. I appreciate you coming in. I'm currently being distracted by the blasphemy quest since I've finished all the role quests for Endwalker. It's hard to believe Lord Narva, of all of people, could have been turned into one of those monsters. Place, you must stop him. Put his soul to rest. But yeah, it's going well. Thank you, and sorry for causing all this trouble. Thank you for the rousing call to action, though I thought you had no interest in meddling in our affairs. The thing is, don't trust Nero. Lest you misunderstand, I abhor the idea of my countrymen blindly following nobles they know next to nothing about. Nice! So what class are you working on right now? Well, as your main one so far. Besides, it would be a most piteous sight for not a single Garlean to be amongst those venturing to the moon. Who else am I prevail upon to learn of new findings up there? And I appreciate... it's an avatar I've created myself. It's not the best, but it's mine. Tifa, nice. Though as a warning, and I know this is to not get you to not play it, it doesn't get range attacks for a while. I told myself I'd not get overly involved, yet here I am. As long as you're fine with that, Punchy Punchy is fun. Well, I mean, it becomes Monk later on, but it's still fun. 4 is eager to regroup and ready for battle. From what Nero has told us, the time is not a luxury we can ill afford. Let us return to Camp Broken Glass for the moment. Others are no doubt finishing their preparations for battle. The reason why I call it Punchy Punchy is I have a hard time saying pugilist. And I find creative ways of saying words I don't know how to say or can't say or have problems saying. Oh, definitely. Well, I'm a fox girl, so I had to go with the cat girl because, you know, foxes are dogs with cat programming. But yeah, the dragon girls are awesome. And boys. Kind of hilarious how... Besides Alala Fell, the smallest character you can get is an Alrod. And then some of the tallest ones are the male ones. You're like sitting here going, okay! I should hope the other's absence means all proceeds apace. Good, you're here. With the recent arrival of reinforcements, our preparations are all but complete. Apologies for our lateness. It seems we are at least in time to deliver the crushing blow. Aye, if the fates are kind. Are you not gonna wear anything warmer, Hien? This will be the last we see of this damnable blasphemies. Commander Alden, Lord Hien, thank you both for coming. Yes, of course, understood. Lawrence and the others have reclaimed Varus's heart. The barrier protecting the blasphemy should soon dissipate. Then it's time to come at last to storm the Tower of Babel. Babel. Admiral and Lord Aormic will wait our arrival at the base. So if you're going with... So you started in Udall. Cool. I had to think about it. Pugilist starts in the desert place. Then we should be at it. About it, eh? I suppose this is as good an opportunity as ever to keep my hammer from rusting over. I will accompany you as well, as the Forum's representative and member of the survey team. I feel it my responsibility to see this through to the end. Can we bring Alphino as a healer? I didn't take you for the fighting type. Despite appearances, I am no stranger to the battlefield. Indeed, I have seen my fair share traveling the world in service to the Forum. Though it may not be equal of Alphino and Alizé, we shall not find ourselves wanting. I can promise you that much. Oh no. Well, I hope I don't spoil too much if you're going to be watching this. Though it is a few expansions ahead. When you finish your preparations, we shall reconvene at the, So, my guess is you got into this because of Final Fantasy VII? Is that your favorite Final Fantasy? Pugilist, yeah. Are we all the way up there? We're all the way the fuck up there. I'm just waiting for the Final Fantasy VII remake, the second part, to come out on PC. Please. Soon. Please. Nice. My favorite is Final Fantasy IX, but 14's awesome. I love it. I mean, obviously, because I'm playing it, but... Alright, boy, you better heal me. I say as he's taller and probably older than me. All are present and accounted for. Shall we proceed? Your progress to the battle is saved at certain points. In the event you're defeated, please note the better battle associated with the quest log out of the global process. So please, server, do not crash like you did earlier tonight. Will you be voiced, or do I continue voicing? Understandable. Would you be playing it on a PlayStation or whatever, or will you be playing the, it on the PC? Because there's a mod I would suggest you use with it if you're playing Final Fantasy IX on the PC. Because one of the problems with them porting the Final Fantasy IX over to the PC is some of the music kind of didn't work out transferring very well. Because it was just pretty much just a rip to some degree. And the mod helps with not only that, is it helps the backgrounds and stuff look better than they originally were. And I would suggest this. I would always suggest this. The Maguri mod. Makes everything better. The sounds is it basically is amazing. If I ever stream it, I play it with that mod. Our objective is simple. Locate and eliminate the blasphemy Nerva. Though the barrier guarding him is no more, the number of beasts surely block the way at the auxiliary sector. Speaking of, rawr. Oh yeah, there's one for Final Fantasy VIII as well. Though they did a remaster, I haven't played of the Final Fantasy VIII. I had used the mod for Final Fantasy VIII. No, off to a smashing start, I see. Would seem the tower will reach its limit sooner than I anticipated. Oh, right! Look, you're wrong! Neuro, you're wrong at the measurements! If we are to save the transporter, we must hurry and find Nerva. Now. You should go without saying, but stay on your guard. It was quite the menage of horrors when I was last year. I mean, same! Are we going? Oh, it comes out in 2 weeks on PC? Damn it! It's about the same time that, I did not realize. I hadn't been paying attention to the timing on that. Because I absolutely am also playing Monster Hunter Wilds. Well, with a friend, so I mean, we can set aside for trying to get that mentally worked out. Also, how much the price will probably be.
The path has been revealed. The winds favor us.
Cat, no. Cat wants attention. Meow meow. Persistent lot, aren't they? I mean, aren't they always? I mean, I feel like you're...
Down with you!
Hold, I shall hold the line here, so if you see opening, take it and don't look back. As a warning, by the way, if you're wondering, between the first expansion... I mean, between the AR content and the first expansion, AR is considered the base game, there will be voice changes. So if you get confused, there is a reason for that. They changed voice studios. And it stayed the same pretty much all the way through, past that point. So. Oh no, it's gonna run across, isn't it? Oh, yep, that's gonna do something. There's no end to them. I mean, we'll get there eventually. Fuck, fuck, fuck! Some of them I feel better fit the characters, truthfully. Like, Alphino's voice actor, I felt a bit too old, and I guess, in the sense of the naivete there was not idealism, I guess. Naivete didn't feel like it was there with Alphino's. And where are you going? Where are you going, sir? So, my main class is Astrologian, Well, I have one main class for each, I guess, what's considered roles. Currently, but I mostly do healer stuff, but I use Astrologian. For main healing, second is White Mage. I hate Sage and Scholar, but I need to level them anyways, because I don't like shielding. I want mine healed. I don't want mine shielded, which is what the healing for that one is. But the main two I mostly do is Red Mage and Astrologian. But for magical, for physical rage, I use Dancer, and melee, I use Dragoon. Oh god. Self-destruct. They're self-destructing! Oh, wrong button. What do you want? Yeah. Hand. What do you want? Damn, Rodabon! Oh yeah, all you have to do is switch weapons is just so nice. Absolutely amazing, so I don't have to... Though mind you, I kind of like the story a lot, so I wouldn't mind redoing it again, but probably by the third or fourth time I will absolutely. Just for one class. Poof! Is that the last of them? No. Say, you ask a stupid question. Is that the last of them? The answer is no! Of course not. Oh, good. We can't afford for them to impede our advance any further. Commander Alden, let's hold them here. Am I stuck with Alphino's father? Okay. Master 4, take the others and go quickly. Understood. Oh. Well, it's the old-fashioned, leave now. Garlemond is mine. Mine! Say, it's not the old-fashioned cast register. Or we can go with, pipe organ. Does any of those work? Flip. And I flipped right into that! Okay. I absolutely fucking deserve that. Also... Hey, Nero! Why the fuck you ain't tanking? Fuck! Hi, hit me. Save? Save me? 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 You know, that's a kind of cool escape thing. Why can't I do that in a Sage? What do you think I'm doing? I am taking the offensive. I'm hitting him. Here. Just look how you're doing! I'm hitting him! That does not look good. That looks bad. I'm going right here. Hi, Naruto. How are you doing? We've become best of friends, except we haven't. So how far are you currently in? You said you started a pugilist. Have you been able to leave Udall? Officially, in the sense of travel to other nations? Hey, Master, tell me where to go. You know, that sounds bad now that I think about it. Since it's Alpha knows Dad, I'm just, stay away from me, stay away from me, stay away from me. Oh, come on! I'm in the middle of my special!
This
Kenna. Behind me, quickly! I shall take the brunt of it. Cool. Too bad I didn't use my, you know, special attack that's very strong on... gods can't be good because I murdered them. I feel like the gods have forsaken us. Let's put an end to this. No, Garlemon is mine. Yeah, sure. There we go. There we go. He is a Power Ranger. For glory everlasting indeed. Is it over? Has the danger passed? I mean, yes. By a hair's breadth, perhaps, but yes. I'd say we managed to avoid a fiery ruin. Damn. Our path to the moon is open once more. The duty of Charlian has ever been to chart the course of history, not to change it. Thus did we fervently hold to our policies of neutrality and non-intervention. In truth, it was all in the service of our plans of exodus, to abandon the star to its ruinous fate. Harsh though it may sound, I still believe it was ultimately for the greater good. Thanks to you and your comrades, however, it was the fate that did not come to pass. Charlian will now find a new way forward, not merely for the preservation of knowledge, but for the betterment of this star, and all who call it home. I believe I speak for all of the Forum when I say it would be an honor and a privilege to work towards such a goal alongside the allied nations. Aye, an age of true and everlasting peace is finally within our grasp, and we would seize it together. Oh no, as long as this game continues on, haha, not happening. Yordle. As much as I would enjoy a riveting conversation with Eorzea's champion, I really must make ready for the moon. Now, if you'll excuse me, bitch. It's a relief to know we've no longer a need for battle. Despite my experience, I must confess I'm ill-suited to it. The allied nation leaders, meanwhile, demonstrated an aptitude for combat far above what I might expect from diplomatic figures. I mean, well, the shit they've been through! And you, my friend, I see now why you're so well regarded as Eorzea's champion. The others would have already begun the arduous journey home, but before you go, I would offer a word of thanks to you both. If not for your timely assistance, our plan would be forfeit, and the lands of Ishbard forever defiled by the blasphemy. Please, I have no need for your platitudes. I labor only to further my own needs, nothing more. We have heard of the news. Thank you for everything. With Lord Narva laid to rest, we have the peace of mind to move on without regret. I would say, living way? There you are. Now what's this I've heard about you cleaning out the Tower of Babel? Or you're finally ready to return to the moon? Ah, what fortuitous timing. Allow me to introduce you to Living Way of the Loporrits, Moon Dweller and Overseer of the Survey Team. Living Way, these good people will be the moon's first residents. I trust you and the other Loporrits will take good care of them. Pleased to meet you? Residents? Oh no! I mean, oh yes! Splendid! After many, many long years of planning and preparation, the moon is absolutely most definitely ready to accommodate your stay. Glad to hear it, and apologies for the delay. I must confer with Lorenz and see our final preparations. But your would-be residents to be and survey team shall be along ere long. Might I trouble you to relay words of our success to Sharabat at Razathan? I should think the tidings are all the more heartening coming from you. Until next we meet. I stole your children and we went across the sea. But, I mean, that's already happened. We're in this strange time loop. I mean, time bubble thing. Wait, you're not leaving for the moon without me? Aren't you? Don't you? Did you resign from your work at Garlemald? Garlemald workshop? Bum 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 bum. All right, back at Razathan, and then we're gonna do a little bit of the main story quest. What am I doing? I can teleport there. I can teleport there! It's true then. The blasphemy in Garlemald has been struck down. They are right to call on you, it seems. And with no other outstanding reports of blasphemy sightings, I dare say you've slain the last of them. Perhaps we can finally start to put the final days behind us, strange though that may sound. On behalf of my fellow delegates and the Radiant host, I extend you our humblest thanks. I hope when next we call you, it'll be on more fortuitous circumstances. Collective relief when the blasphemy is defeated. Still is no excuse to rest on our laurels. We'll remain diligent in our search for potential threats if should arise. I hope to call upon you once more. Alright. We are going Oh, right. I'm stuck in that. Okay. Grizzled villager, Wakulan and Kieli. This fellow looks promising. Definitely older than I am. I helped someone in Brax. Well, a foreign mage 20 years ago. Yes, I remember him. It's not often we get visitors from across the salt, let alone those traveling with infants. A baby girl, as I recall. I saw him in passing. Mind, if anyone were to know more, I wager it'd be Humuruk. He was already in Brassigranden. Baby girl? It couldn't have been. Thank you, sir. That information was very helpful. If you want to know more about that mage, just surely he'll remember him. This may be the very lead I was hoping for. So, Rupe's been Brax for over 20 years. That's before even I was born. Am I reading this aloud? Hello again. Do you require assistance? I'm fucking reading this aloud again. A foreign mage passed through here roughly 20 years ago, possibly carrying a young child. Do you remember him? Why do you ask this me of this? Who is this man to you? Grandfather, sorry. He may have been my grandfather. I wish to know what brought him here. Your grandfather? Not by blood, but he was family nonetheless. A foreign mage did indeed visit the village, Master Golf. As far as his identity is concerned, I trust you are satisfied. Moreover than that, however, I cannot say. Why not? I simply cannot. I beg your forgiveness and understanding. Very well, I will not press. Thank you for confirming his presence here. The rest I will discover myself. Out of more general curiosity, I have another question. They say the giants once dwelled in these forests. Where was that exactly? General curiosity indeed, but yes, before they withdrew to Pacha, some 5 centuries ago, the giants claimed Yaktel as their own. Many of their agricultural remains can be found in the lower forest, Miktik Heartland. Then that's where they must have their visions. Thank you. That answers much and more. I understand what it means to long for one's family, so believe me when I say that, though my position forbids me from aiding you further, I wish you nothing but success. By helping the Third Promise find the Golden City, you'll surely find the answers to your questions. Speaking of which, I have a query of my own for you, Ishnai. May I request a moment of your company? I didn't do it. Whatever was destroyed, I didn't do it. Go on, we'll wait for you. Thank you for obliging me. First, let us head to the cenote behind the village. Oh no. Like I said, whatever it is, I did not break it. Or I might have broken it. I just won't admit it. Except I just admitted it. Fuck. It was my intent to see you off without saying anything, but Mr. Skiri's plea has softened my resolve. As leader of our community, I'm gladdened to see what the third promise has surrounded her, surrounded herself with such compassionate and trustworthy companions. Would you tell me of her journey thus far? So, it seems the rite has been a source of great learning and growth for Waka Lamont. It does me well to hear that. My daughter would be about her age. Girls are rarely born amongst us, so when she arrived, the village was elated. Such joy I felt when I first held her, and the pain when I found her at the bottom of a cenote. 3 years old, an accident, it was said, but I knew better. She had been pushed. Though we never caught them, a suspicious figure was seen fleeing towards the heartland, towards Mamuk, once bitter enemies. Maroja and Jabral had learned to live in peace, but who could doubt the intent of such a reprehensible act? By targeting a child who would one day lead her people, the criminal sought to undermine the future of Jabral. I was determined to not let them succeed, so with the memory of my daughter die in that cenote, I gave her into the care of one person I knew who would protect her. The dawn servant, Julu Jaja. Though she was born to lead Zabral, the fate has greater plans for Ruku Lamont. Only the dawn servant and I know the truth, but I must now take you into my confidence for one reason. If the villain who attempted to murder my daughter is indeed Mamuk, then rancor towards Zixbral still burns. I was caught off guard once. I will not suffer the same tragedy again. And so I ask you, not as Dawn Servant Elector, but as a father, to watch over the third promise. Defend her from her enemies that may be lurking in the shadow. Will you do this for me? You needn't ask! Really! Thank you from the bottom of my heart. When you hear my question, answer me plainly. Address me not as a ruler of Tallulah, but a concerned father. Suffice to say, this conversation must remain between us. Breathe not a word of this to anyone. Yeah, of course! Us in this stream. God damn it. Yep, we're gonna start to have to... Yeah, blah. Said quietly, expression of old pain. Recall that the past has rendered me emotional. I require a moment to compose myself, but please do not keep the third promise waiting. Like I said, I have to pay attention to more getting gear from my healer. Since I won't be able to... I'll have to buy straight up. Rather than use tomes to be able to get her stuff. Well, the old tomes. Finished speaking with Rook, have you? Speaking, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Sure. God damn, not spoken. You're back. So what did the chief want? If I could look any more conspiratorial. It's alright. You don't have to say. More importantly, the Traverse still isn't cleared yet. Something about even more rocks. Why don't we help? I think I've taken the opportunity to rest. All that cooking and preparing for it has worn me out. Don't kidnap her. Don't kidnap her. She's gonna get kidnapped. Nap does sound tempting. Don't get kidnapped. Don't get kidnapped. Why are we watching them walk away? A moment, promise. You're one of, what do you want? I come to fetch you. You're welcome to refuse, but know that it will be most unwise. And why is that? I assure your salted friend has an idea. What do you think? They say house cats don't come when they're called. And they say house cats don't come when called. Follow me, promise. I say mine do.
What is the meaning of this? And just how far do you plan on taking us?
Really? Kidnap?
Rogue. Bakuljaja, you snake! If you want my keystone so badly, you deal with me and me alone. Leave the Elector out of this.
Mm-hmm.
Is that all you think he is? Foolish kitty! This man is the reason we are here.
Alright, fine. Gohan monologue.
Take a good look at him. Go on. Look. Surely you recognize your real father.
Don't believe us? Then ask your trusted Sellsworth. She heard it straight from the old man's mouth.
Is it true?
Oh, that was a lag.
Honoruk my... Your silence says it all.
Now that you understand the situation, let's see those keystones. I'll even let you fight for them. Just you and me.
And my men.
If that adventurer attempts to interfere, I'll kill the old man myself!
Yeah.
You despicable, heartless fiend! Kinsman or no, I won't stand for you taking hostages! Come on then! You wanna fight? I'll give you a fight!
Oh, such heroic caterwauling promise. I'm shaking.
Yeah, and I'm going to sleep here. Go on.
Guard our hostage well. We wouldn't want to attempt any thoughts of rescue. By the by, house cat, they've been instructed to put down Papa dearest when you lose. Hopefully he settled his affairs.
You know I have a Pearl Link.
Don't worry. I'm not losing to the likes of him.
You say that.
Well, what are you waiting for, you
Don't make me control
bastards?
her. That's absolutely
Two
gonna mean
against
that I
one.
fail.
Don't tell me you're scared.
I know I didn't hear you right.
Nah. Cowards don't stand a chance to get Waku Lawant.
You dare call us cowards?
I mean, you are hiding behind an old man.
I'll kill you, kill you all! Don't look away, son. I want you to watch as I tear your beloved promise to shreds!
Hey, eyes on me. The house cat, remember?
Oh god, I'm controlling her. Oh god, I'm controlling her!
I'll say it again. I'm not losing to the likes of you. I'm going to become Dawn's servant, and I will protect my people.
I'm controlling her. This isn't gonna go well. Battle plays Waku Lawant. Skilled combat, so it's the least powerful. Only great damage to recover HP. Use them early and often. Yeah, but will it be actually put to my bar instead of me having to lean over and click on it? No, it will not.
Come, you mangy house cat, so I can rip you to pieces!
That's a ranged attack.
I'll cut you to shreds!
Why are you thinking that I'm gonna be able to do any of this, game? There's a reason why I don't really play a whatchamacallit.
My magic should be more than enough for Miss Mittens.
The fuck am I supposed to do with that?
I'll make you eat dirt!
I'm good.
No more tricks, Bakul Chaja. We're settling this here and now.
Are we? I feel like I'm about to die.
Still playing the part of the brave warrior?
I'm gonna have to restart this. See? See? Try that again and we're gonna skip. Yeah. Very easy because fuck that. I'm here for the story. I don't play a warrior for a reason. Except eventually I'll get around to it. Skip. Skip! Skip! There's no hope for me with this.
Come, you mangy house cat, so I can rip you to pieces! I'll cut you to shreds!
I've become a Beyblade. I messed it up because I wasn't paying attention.
My magic should be more than enough for Miss Mittens.
I'll make you eat dirt!
more tricks, Bakul Chaja. We're settling this here and now.
Still playing the part of the brave warrior?
I didn't want to do that. 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 I didn't want to do that.
Miss Mittens is no longer amusing me, brother.
This rite has taught me so much. About my nation, my people, and myself.
Is the green one good? Oh, fuck!
Can't keep up. How do you like this?
I don't like it at all, okay?
Here, kitty, 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 kitty.
Here, bastard, bastard, bastard. Dick.
I finally understand what it means to live in peace. To greet each day in safety and happiness.
I am Beyblade!
Irritating pest! It's time we finished her, brother. This is the end for you, kitten.
No, you were trying. I'll give you that.
Know your place.
Fuck.
It's not enough to claim the title of Dawn's servant. I must carry on Papa's legacy, his love for our people.
Flea-ridden upstart! Why won't you die? Fine! I'll show you the true power of the Blessed!
Bitch!
I will be the next Dawn servant, and I'll protect my people's happiness to the last!
The fucking sack! I love it!
That's why there's no way I'll ever lose to the likes of you!
Turiel's
What?
embrace.
But that was everything I had!
Bitch!
I can't stand it anymore! Attack!
No, who'da thunk? If you bring these people in, then that means I can absolutely come in, right? Please stop letting me.
This is our fight! Stay out of it!
I mean, they're currently not staying out of it.
You bring shame upon us. You think we care about your stupid pride?
We noticed.
This is for Mamuk! We cannot lose!
I have not a.
Oh-ho! The great Bakul Jaja needs help, I see. Send your whole army. You still won't win. I will prove that my allies are right to believe in me.
Can I have a limit break here?
Such confidence. What changed? She wasn't like this before.
Cause I'm here. I mean. Can I have a limit break to take these guys out, please? Please? Or at least a group attack? Oh, that isn't a group attack. Okay, I did not know that. I am stupid. Bitch, I don't need another one of those. Bitch, I don't need it. Gimme. I don't think you have time to, do that right in front of him. That's not... Anyways.
I reclaim what you stole.
I mean, your father.
No. How can this be?
I am the chosen one, and she is the chosen one.
How could that puny house cat beat all of us?
You've caused nothing but trouble with your dirty tricks. Threatening the Hanuhanu, releasing Valyarmanda, harassing me is one thing, but you've endangered too many innocents. No more, Bakul Jaja. I will not stand for it. If you even think of tormenting my people again, you will answer to me.
Of course we're gonna let him go and he's gonna come back and do some more stupid shit.
No. No.
And he goes and forgets he had the way blocked.
Oh, he's about to break it.
What? That was his doing?
The only part left in the saga is the Lay of the Brotherhood. The plan was to force you here so we could take the rest of your keystones.
Cool.
So that's what he was up to. But, should you be telling us this?
We beat him.
What does it matter? You've beaten us. It's over. We'll release the hostage.
Good for you.
I'm sorry. I was careless.
I noticed. We
Are you
noticed.
alright? So what Bakul Jaja said about you and me.
I didn't mean to hit that.
It has been my honor to bear witness to your journey. Promise.
Promise. Yes. That's what I am. I'm Gulul Jaja's daughter, and Tulihyolal's next dawn servant. Come on. Let's rejoin the others.
We'll replay that so that I can get the full thing after we finish this quest. Well, as Weather Door promised Luke, she's positively glowing with confidence. What in the world happened? Urivel's tour was both educational and exciting. I hope we can persuade him to conduct another one in the lower forests. Did something happen while we were away? There's a certain satisfied air about you. Twins ran me from one end of the horizon to the other, asking about everything of remote interest along the way. Seems we've last to return. Glad everyone made it back safely. Thanks for having faith in me. Keeping out of the fight even when it got dirty couldn't have been easy for you. But, couldn't be the last person to threaten those I care about. I wanted to prove myself that I can stand up to such villains, even when I stand alone. Which isn't to say I won't ask for your help when I need it, of course. I know better than that now. Meanwhile, earlier in the second Promises camp.
The passage to Mamuk remains blocked. For now, all we can do is try to rest and recover. Perhaps with a meal, as my sister would no doubt suggest. Shall we borrow the kitchens and prepare some Shibruk pibil?
So thou hast taken a liking to the dish.
Oh, we're not.
As we learn to appreciate the unfamiliar, 'tis only natural that we develop new affinities. There is no shame in this.
No.
But there is in ignorance. I had barely considered what the people of Tulihyollal hold dear. What hopes they harbor for the future. Our nation is built upon the bonds that Father forged during his journey across Tural. But so single-minded have I been in my advocacy of foreign innovations that I failed to understand my own people. Could someone who struggles to connect with the populace ever make a worthy dawn servant?
Well, the fact that you're even thinking along those lines means that you're far more worthy than some.
To understand and connect with people is by no means easy.
I know, right? As an autistic person.
But there is something you can do to pave the way. Let them see you for who you really are. What makes you laugh and cry and rage. That sort of honesty is the first step towards mutual understanding and connection.
Understanding begets fellowship, as my father said. And yet, what you suggest does not come naturally to me.
Same! You have to practice at it, sadly.
I, too, have found it difficult to speak from the heart. In thy struggles,
yes, I know, right?
I see mine own, painful in their familiarity.
Yeah, but he had Moonbrea.
Yet frightening though it may feel, if we are to move forward, we must indeed take that first step. Dispense with pretense, and simply be.
Do you remember when you first approached us, and we asked you why you wanted to become Dawn Servant? You said you wished to use the knowledge you acquired in Sharlayan for your country, and in doing so repay your father for the opportunities he afforded you. What won me over was not your ambition, but your motivation. So let your people know this, and in time they'll come to support you as we do. You can't hide behind that stoicism forever.
Yeah, Thancred, Urianger, they're the two perfect ones to actually interact with them like that.
Very well then. I will make a greater effort to be myself. By not being my usual self.
Same. Wish to know how to the reversible. What's the state of the Talbot Traverse? It's still being cleared, I assume. The chief said it will notify as soon as the work is done. But perhaps now would be a good time to consider how we might reclaim Waku Lament's stolen keystone. The next feat will be our last, after all. I already got it back. What? When? Not to mention how. This is who we're talking about. So I taught him a lesson and took back my keystone. You bested in single combat? Bravo! Well, it wasn't single. I mean, he had henchmen. Yeah, what can I say? I've had good friends to encourage and cheer me on. There you are. Excavators have contacted me news of their success. The Traverse is now safe for travel. I finally make for Mamook. Come to think of it, isn't it his home? I only hope his residents don't share with his winning personality. If it is indeed the city where Kin and Grum first met the Dawn Servant, surely some civility awaits us. I would not be so certain. It is true the Dawn Servant received Kin and Grum in Mamook, and was instrumental in the establishment of friendly relationships between us. But since that time, most Mojal who supported his peace has left their city in favor of abiding in the capital. What remains is a cloister of Mamook, and where those traditionalists do not take up arms against us, neither do they bear great love for outsiders. Well, good. I've had a lot of dealings with those kinds of things. Whatever they're like, people of Mamook are also Tallulah. If I'm to be Dawn Servant, it's my job to know them first of all. Well, we'll be on our way then. I'm glad to learn about where it came from and eat so much, yes, besides. Thank you for everything, Chief. Till next time, take care. First we make our way across the cinder fields due southeast. Let's see if I can get back to that thing I accidentally clicked through. How you have grown indeed. I'm gonna real quickly run back to cabin. Ba 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 ba. Nope, it'd be here. Yep, general walk there. Gonna see if the other one. Okay, so it was. Do a bit of skipping. Sorry about accidentally hitting him talking. I didn't realize that was gonna happen. Too bad I can't, like, fast forward through this a bit. It's 2 in the morning.
How?
You?
Skip, 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 skip,
Nope.
skip, 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 da, da, da.
No. No.
And he...
Papa.
Theo? The plan what?
So that's what he was...
What does it matter? You've beaten us. It's over. We'll release the hostage.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I was careless.
Are you alright? So what Bakul Jaja said about you and me...
But to single-handedly defeat Bakul Jaja, you truly are the Dawn Servant's daughter. It has been my honor to bear witness to your journey. Promise?
Promise. Yes. That's what I am.
Woo!
I'm Kulul Jaja's daughter, and Tulihyolal's next dawn servant. Come on. Let's rejoin the others.
I heard the rest of that, but kind of sad but sweet at the same time. Oh god. I don't have teleport, so I can't. Not a much level up, but it is something. Ba ba ba. Running, running, running. You know, I still haven't gotten flying, I don't think, in, Eagle location. So, next Saturday, I mean Sunday. Unless I decide to come back to this early. Other than that. And I kept on doing Thursday streams, but I'm gonna be going back to having that night off because I definitely have some thumbnails and other stuff I need to make. I mean, not Thursday, Tuesday. I've been doing a bunch of Tuesday streams, which is not normal for me. God, I'm so slow! Just ignore me. Good monsters. Good monsters. I wonder if the first and second promise have already arrived in Mamuk. After seeing that battlefield, I find it miraculous that the Dawn Servant was able to negotiate a peace. If ran in this direction after losing to Waku Lamont, he undoubtedly was returning to Mak. I already filled my bag with before we left. I'm down to my last serving already. Traverse will bring us straight to the Heartland. Remember how you insisted this forest is green? It's not going to turn blue, since it's called the Azure. It's so pretty. We had a purple forest, now we have a blue forest. This path is quite steep, isn't it? Let us take our time and descend safely. Proceeds to be as speedy as possible with the chocobo. I trust my chocobo. Right, Boko? Boko is a good chocobo. I spoke with one of the excavators on my way down. Apparently, cleared the way the one fallen tree remaining by barreling through it. That Walker Lamont single-handedly defeated someone possessed of such physical might is nothing short of remarkable. So we ought to proceed with caution. There's no telling his wounded pride might compel him to attempt. I wonder... Can we not stay as a group? Lindsay! Aaronville said this traverse was dug to facilitate incursions into the forest above. Intentions notwithstanding, you have to admire the dedication. Oh yeah. I feel like there's going to be something big down here. Doesn't this feel like a boss arena? Or maybe a fate arena, who knows? It's the forest from Avatar. I mean, I said nothing. Just look at this thing. It's what a vibrant glow. Alluring, isn't it? In more ways than one. Take my paring stone and hold it close to the glowing rock. Paring stone. Gleaners to identify certain geological. As you hold the paring stone in the soft glow, it affixes itself to the boulder with surprising force. Paring stones are natural magnets, and that's a meteorite filled with iron, one of the many remnants of an ancient meteor shower. The heterogeneous aether they emit causes surrounding flora to grow unique hues, as you can see. Yeah, I know how to say that word. Everybody gasped with surprise. These glowing boulders came plummeting down from the heavens. Vitral be merciful. In fact, they're so glowing, I don't think they're being merciful. There you are. Blue! It's all blue! I mean, the Azure Florist, I wonder. As far cry from the upper forests, indeed. This place is already so fascinating. I'm eager to hear what the people of Mammoth can tell us about it. Keep running. We're almost there. I mean, we don't have to run. But we'll get there. Also, I don't feel like we're gonna get a good, warm welcome. Wonder what the final feat will be. Fun. It will be fun. rather more quiet than I expected. Now to see whether or not Chief's fears were well-founded. Here we finally are. Now to find an elector. Also, this is my first visiting Mamook. I have no experience with interacting with the locals, but given Chief's parting words, I would advise cautionary approach. I don't know what you're talking about. That seems to be an odd word for me. Can't convince Wamula. See if you can't convince Wamula to be as cautious as well. Not happening. Finally, Mamook Lamont is easier to make progress. Well, we all know what comes next. Let's find the elector. Two streets seem to converge upon this plaza, so I propose we split our numbers between them. Given Chief's guidance, I also suggest we err on the side of caution and move through the city in pairs. Erenville can come with me. Lizzie can go with Kiri. That leaves Ishnai to accompany Waku and Lamont. If these arrangements are to everyone's satisfaction, then may our respective searches prove fruitful. The reason why you picked Erenville, Alphino, is you want to pick his brain. I know how you work. Also keeping away where I don't get to spend as much time with Bunny Boy. I thought we were pairing up and you disappear without me. You can still hear me, right? And see me? They're ignoring you. Ah. Bon moi. Words may well be ambient noise for all the care the citizen pays you. Bitches! The broccoli turns to leave. Do I have to kick your asses for words? At least some of you've had better luck. No one will talk to you either. I was prepared for hard stares and harsh words, but this is something else. That building there looks like a shop, doesn't it? Let's go and have a look. The merchant won't ignore us, surely. I mean, I 100% stop following me. I'm not! Literally turned around. Hello there. We'd like to ask you something if you don't mind. Move along, outsiders. We're just trying to find someone. The Dawn Servant Selector. Could you tell us where they are? Glamour myself up. How are we supposed to find an elector if no one will even speak with us? I guess we have to help somebody. Everyone, can you hear me? Come to the massive stone structure on the west side of the city as quickly as you can. Oh yeah, let's save somebody. Then they'll talk, really? I promise.
Up there.
Bested by a mere shade.
Zerolja? Papa?
Not as you know him. What you see is an arcane manifestation of the Dawn Servant as he was in his prime.
Cool!
The channeler is Zerelja, Autarch of Mamuk and Elector for the feet of the Brotherhood.
Tuli Yolal's mightiest warrior. Yet wisest you are not. You, who spurned your retainer's aid when battling your betters.
Damn.
To prove oneself superior to blessed siblings by surpassing the shade of Galul Jar Jar himself. That is the final feat. The first promise fought alone and fell short, but that is now the least of his concerns.
You could have let your foolishness end with your failure. But instead, you attempted to harm an anointed elector.
Damn!
Soralja, as of this moment, you are no longer a claimant. I disqualify you from the right of succession. Be gone from my sight.
Oh God.
This isn't over yet. I will be the one to reach the Golden City.
Yeah, sure, Wormtongue. Go.
When Zorolcha was defeated, he tried to take the keystone by force, but he was thwarted by Father Shade.
My dearest child, welcome home.
Biases aren't going to be shown.
This feat was made for you. Only blessed siblings could hope to defeat Gulul Jaja. But ere we begin, I would see the fruits of your triumphs. Come, show me your tablets. What is this? Where are your keystones? Explain yourself, boy! No matter. Not all can be expected to go to plan. What keystones you lack, you can easily take.
I tried. But I couldn't. I cannot beat her.
You mean to tell me that you, glory of Mamuk, for whom all here have sacrificed, were defeated by your inferiors? You are as useless as your siblings. A failure. Leave and never return! You have no place here!
There's always a bigger bully.
Let's go, brother.
Worthless! Pathetic! This was our chance to claim sovereignty, and he ruins it!
Is that your son?
But when these stragglers fail, Gulul Jaja will be forced to extend his rule. And in the next rite of succession, we will present a better claimant. So come, stand before me, and fall.
Yeah.
I won't do your trial.
Oh? You intend to forfeit the right?
Papa wants his successor to intimately understand the country he loves. Every step of my journey, I've learned something about our peoples and their cultures. I would do the same here in Mamuk. The Mamorja deserve nothing less, so your battle can wait.
I'm of the same mind. Father named you an elector for a reason. There must be something that he would have us learn. Do as you will. But until you triumph over the Shade, you shall proceed no further.
Promise, I would speak with you. Meet me on the western outskirts.
Hey. First promises attendant just now. Did his words not strike you as strange? I will be the one to reach the Golden City, as though he intends to venture there with or without, Darth Jar Jar. I've heard about this channeling art before. Passed down through a certain clan, it employs arcane implements to produce a smoke for which the mage can conjure a shade. It's hard to believe that was bested in a battle. I mean, Darth Jar Jar. That was a dramatic escalation. I mean, the lectors would have us met this far. Howl had their peculiarities, but each we felt would judge claimants equally. This, however, seems to be set in his belief that only blessed siblings are worthy of this throne. But would the Dawn servant name him an openly biased man-elector? Worrying over will not get us anywhere. That lady, on the other hand, was the first person to address us with any civility since we've arrived. We should go and meet her, hear what she has to say. Western outskirts, right? Yeah, where nobody who's standing over and looking over the edge could see. Dignified lady. If has Botswana and she is Hobo, then yeah, the mother. I assumed. Whatever relation to I hope we can trust her. We can do at least with one ally in the city. It's a bit meet us this with her in private. This was both important and delicate matter. Really, finally a real conversation. She looks troubled. Thank you for coming. My name is Malia Ja. Here we may talk freely, away from prying eyes. And what do you wish to talk about? Tell me, what do you think of Mamuk? Well, we haven't much to say yet. No one wants to speak with us. All who remain in the city are devoted to the traditional ways. They believe the blessed siblings are superior, and only they are worthy to lead the peoples of this continent. Most would not deign to address outsiders, deeming them beneath notice. Ha! Garlemald! Sounds like an ideal community so far as is concerned. I am tired, exhausted by this senselessness. There are others like me, but we dare not speak our truth aloud. Yeah, we have the opportunity to reclaim our agency. For you have bested... You, a Jabal, inferior by all presumptions, triumphed over our two-headed champion. This time, anyways. Next time I might not be so lucky. It's just that strong. I seriously don't understand why he cheats so much. It seems to me he'll do better if he just trusts his own abilities. He's desperate. Other blessed siblings have fallen before. This is known. But no matter how the individual may falter, the people still believe in blessed siblings' supremacy. Because of my father. He who united Toriel under one rule, who in their eyes stands testament to the tradition's infallibility. Regardless of your father's virtuous intent, his greatest triumph has only fanned the flames of our people's obsession. However, both his daughter and claim it to his legacy. Your triumph could prove that Zhou Zhaja's true strength lies not in his birth, but in his character. And in doing so, you may give us the strength to renounce blessed siblings forever. I can understand wanting to forsake zealotry, but isn't forsaking two-headed Maoja going a bit far? You must decide that for yourself, whether the price we pay is worth an empty dream. You sacrifice children for it? All those barrels, and pots. Price we pay. Is he referring to the marriages between the two clans? Well, Jaja labored to break down walls. That his very existence would instead lead some to raise them is unfortunate. I expect it was for his devotees that joined the rite of succession. What I know about Maoja extremism is limited to what I hear through rumors. The same is true for what most who hail through Jacques Charal. If I can use my status as a Dawn servant's daughter to help the people of Mamuk, I'm happy to do so, but I'd like to better understand Mali Jaz's motivations first. There's a place that will help you understand our plight. It lies far to the west of here. Follow me. Say far, goddamn. Yelp. New location. You won't find sites like these anywhere else. Is that a meteorite up there? Aye, judging by their attachment, the tree must benefit from the meteorite's unique aether. Anyway, we should press on. Malija is anxious for us to see whatever she has to show us. Civilians across. The canopy blocks out the sun so completely, as if it were in a room without windows. Hunting camp, as I'd love to talk to the hunters and learn their ways, except they'd probably ignore me. Others have continued on. Let's catch up to them. Yep. I was hoping. Oh, this looks safe. I was not aware if such tunnels could be found in the Heartland. A well-kept secret indeed. A cavern, and it looks deep. I mean, most likely they carved it kind of like how they carved the way up. What are we looking for, then? Dead bodies. Seeing how dark this forest is, I understand why so many Malja choose to live in Tulula instead. What is this place you wanted to show us? Lies beyond this passage. Entry into this ground are not permitted even to the devout. Nevertheless, I will reveal our secrets to you. Rest assured I shall take full responsibility. Come, see for yourself the truth of the blessed. She's gonna die soon, isn't she? Like, arrow out of nowhere death. Magic's out of nowhere.
I shouldn't have looked down.
The stone pier yonder. That is our destination.
At least there's water down there that won't hit like cement from the
To
distance.
erect it there would have been no small feat.
The work of Yakui hands built long, long ago. Our forebears merely altered the entrance.
Altered? To what end?
Dreams.
It will be quicker to show you. We have beasts that can carry us below.
How adorable is this beast? I mean, it's something. Are they griffins? I mean, hippogriffs? Because I love them. They are cute.
Bakul Jaja.
What? Couldn't wait to laugh at the failure?
No, not really.
You've always come here to cry. Ever since you were little.
Mother.
I mean, no surprise here.
The third promise seeks to learn about Maluk. She may be our chance to finally end what we have been powerless to stop. Talk with her. Tell her what we have done.
Fine. Perhaps it's only right that we be the ones to speak of it. Blessed as we are. Here. This vessel holds the remains of a two-headed Mabunja. An infant. We converted the ruins into a cenotaph, so the souls of these children wouldn't return as vengeful spirits.
Damn.
Do you know how blessed siblings are made?
I've heard that they are born to Hubago and Bunawa parents.
No, I'm guessing they're spliced, literally.
Such unions between clans were originally arranged to stop infighting. The war against the Shibran was going poorly, and we needed to be united. Then, one day, a child was born. One blessed with two heads.
No, I didn't mean to hit.
When this child grew old enough to lead our army, we became unstoppable. The Shibral had no answer, and we drove them all the way back to the trees above. That taste of victory awakened our greed. We became obsessed with conceiving more and more of these superior children, no matter the cost. Of the countless born, most die, trapped in their shells. Only 1 in 100 survive. If we are blessed, it is only because we yet live. Unlike our brothers and sisters, who were sacrificed for the glory of Mamuk.
Damn.
That's horrible.
Of course it's horrible. It's an atrocity we can never take back.
Then why are you continuing the cycle?
Those children died so that we could live. So we had to succeed, no matter what. To fail would mean it was all for nothing. Nothing. But I did fail. I squandered their sacrifice.
Sympathize with your pain, but...
I should never have been born.
You're wrong. You didn't ask to be born as you are, and you aren't responsible for your siblings' deaths. The people obsessed with blessed siblings are. They made their choices, but they don't make yours. Since when do you let others push you around, Bakul Jaja? What do you want? Say it!
I want it to end. I don't want any more to die.
Then you have my word. We'll put a stop to this madness.
This is Sparta?
Blessed siblings are revered by their supporters as a means to achieve dominance in Taral. If we understand why they harbor such aspirations in the first place, we would be better equipped to treat with them.
Indeed. I just hope they will be open to discourse.
I mean, good the fuck luck.
Take me with you. Those fanatics treat my words as gospel.
No. There will be trouble if your father finds out you're still here. Moshutural Zush. There we will gather the people, and ask anything the Third Promise wishes to know.
Then take one of my scales. One that blends Ehubico and Bunewa coloring. It'll serve as proof that you have our trust. People will do as you say if you show it to them.
Ow. I'm saying ow for you.
I'm sorry for what I've said and done.
Oh, I didn't mean to. I don't expect your forgiveness. Sorry.
You had your reasons. I'm glad I could know them. Which is to say, you're not a complete alpaca's ass.
Thanks, Wuklamat.
Well, maybe it's for the best. Hatred is exhausting, after all.
I know, right?
Indeed. So let us make the most of our newfound friendship and bring together the people of Mamuk. We have much to discover.
Hey, Ishnai, before we join the others, can we talk for a moment? I really hated him, you know? Okay, fine. Baku Jaja. With every fiber of my being, he tried to ruin, sabotage us in the river, kidnap me from my keystone, and release the most vicious Tovarel of all time. Anything he could do to cause us pain, he did. Never in a million years would I forgive him. You don't have to. You don't have to forgive him, you just... To say, it's easier to forgive him to some degree, but you don't have to forgive him completely. Say, your forgiveness is conditional on him actually changing. The moment I understood why he did what he did, the pain he's been carrying this whole time, all my anger is evaporated. He still needs to make amends. I hear you. Baku Jaja's motives don't absolve him of his crimes. He must answer for them like anyone else. But right now, my duty is to ensure that no one in Mamuk feels desperate enough to go to such lengths ever again. Anyways, thank you for listening. Now that I've voiced that, I feel readier to face the challenges ahead. Come, let's head back to the city. Sometimes it's best to forgive and move on. It can be difficult. God knows I don't. Don't know I know it. But the more reason to try your damnedest to look past how you were wronged and let bygones be bygones. It's amazing how Baku Lamont can connect with anyone. She has an incredible gift. But yeah, you don't ever have to forgive somebody. I say it's just as easier for yourself, but that doesn't mean you have to treat the other person. They aren't owed your forgiveness. They aren't. I have no idea Baku Jaja had such a bear to burden, but had he chosen a different path. Still, I believe our true characters demonstrated not by right action, but rather by our conduct upon realizing our faults. It's a struggle I know all too well. To think that there is such a dark secret behind blessed siblings, even among the Mamoja, I can't imagine many know the whole truth, especially not those who reside in the capital. Baku Jaja's skill represents his faith in us. We won't fail him or his people. The only way to help Maku is understand the Mamuk. We won't let Baja... yeah, same thing. Bring the people together. We haven't a moment to lose. According to Malija, Monoksuju is an abandoned settlement northwest of the city. Should afford us the privacy we require. Must work quickly, lest Izeraja discovers our intentions. Fortunately, Baku Jaja thought to give us additional scales, so they might cover more ground in less time. Everyone should take one and get going. God, we're back to having scales needed, aren't we? Use them to gather as many people as you can. Ishnai, let's retrace our steps. Maybe we can convince folks to lend an ear. No, wrong thing. I wonder if I can see the twins elsewhere around here. Probably not now that I think about it, but... Did I tell you to move along? I can't be seen talking with the likes of you. Trust with blend of color makes its origin in this. A blessed scale in an outsider's hands. What business do you have with me? So, Bakul Jaja sent you to call an assembly. I'm not sure what to make of this, but I shall go to the Jul at once. Jul. Look, I've already made a new friend. Sure, friend. Friend. That scale, if the blessed trust you, then so will I. So what is it you require of me? Baku Jaja bids us come to the monocultural Zol. Strange place for an assembly, but very well. I will not refuse he who fights for our dreams. Do I have to go back there? Do I have to ride the fuck back there? General asking. We managed to gather some of the good folks? Wonderful! The esteemed Baku Jaja will be pleased. This fellow here will be coming to the Jul as well. Apparently there's a Nejol nursery to the west called Golma Grove. Could you go there and see who you can talk to there as well? I'll meet you at the Zul afterwards. There's one more person I need to find. But please don't get kidnapped. Please don't get kidnapped. Please don't get kidnapped. Unless it's your brother. Please also still not get kidnapped. Warner. Oh, plant nursery. Oh, that's where we get the plant, the banana leaves. Banana. Oh, those are pretty bananas! I mean... Leave this place, outsider. Oh, my apologies, I was unaware. I thank you, blessed scale bearer, for bring me word of this gathering. I shall away to Joel at once. Woo! Oh, those are pretty. Ranch bearers. Those are pretty, pretty. Ah, pretty, pretty, pretty. Can you go away? Leave me alone, 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 leave me alone. Okay. Whatever Baku Jaja requires of me, I shall happily provide. What a curious place to gather. Now I think of it, why would Baku Jaja grant you his scale? No, I cut it off of him. Where is Baku Lamont? Kidnapped. Or not. Oh, she did bring her brother! Sorry to keep you waiting. You invited the second promise as well? Lamati, need I remind you this rite is a competition? Whatever advantage you're about to share with me, you ought to utilize it for your own benefit. I've barely made headway in communicating with the locals. At this rate, you lead the race to the Golden City. I need your help. To complete the feat? No. The Mamook has a problem. I can't solve it on my own, and you're the most clever person I know. I want you to hear the people firsthand, so they might come up with a way to help them. Very well, I am at your disposal. The relationship is adorable! Everyone, thank you for gathering on such notice. I am Baku Lamont, third promise of the Tallulah. Promise? I thought you served Baku Jaja. You deceived us? No, they did not. The skills they showed you were mine. I entrusted them to the third promise and a retinue. Why honor these outsiders so? Because Wako Lumont has won my trust, and now you will hear her words. Baku Jaja shared me the truth about blessed siblings, about the price you paid to conceive them. As an outsider to your community, it's not my place to judge you or your culture. The culture is born of the experiences of its people, of their lives and their lands. But it breaks my heart to know that yours has brought you all so much suffering. If there was any here who wish to break the cycle of tragedy that creating blessed siblings demands, I ask that you join us. Please, I don't want any more of our children to die. You think we want this? We have no choice. Only blessed siblings can liberate us from our suffering. Without them, we have nothing. That remains to be seen. Speak to the third promise. Share with her your worries and your pain, and together we may find a new way forward. Together? If she is trustworthy, then I will speak with her. It would be best if you withdrew, my son. Many cannot freely speak in your presence. Let's keep an eye out for the bastard. He won't take kindly to this sort of gathering. Once we understand everyone's concerned, we'll be better equipped to help them. Let's make sure they feel heard. Alphino, Watu Malak risks her standing in the right to attend to her people's needs. 'Tis a degree of selflessness few can claim to share. Everyone looks uneasy, but their faith in Baku Jaja guides them even now. Now we come to the heart of it. Not even I imagined that my sister would one day befriend Baku Jaja. I'm glad Koan decided to join us. He's always been good at solving complicated problems. Me, not so much, but I'll support Mama Ook's people however I can. By combining our respective strengths, we'll help them discover a new source of hope. I know we will. Let me, real quickly. Belief in the blessed siblings and the salvation they bring has sustained me for years and years. But if there's another way, if the third promise can truly help us, I don't know what to think or how to feel about this. An end to blessed siblings? I'm sure my son would have preferred to stay, but his presence alone still greatly sways our people's behavior. Even if Baku Jaja trusts the third promise, I don't know if I'm comfortable discussing this with her. You know, he could be your head of reason, or voice of reason, or whatever the... What's the heads called? The different heads are called? Before she hears the people, Waku Lamat would like to ensure she's prepared. Alright, history. Before we start... history. Before we start, if I'm remembering our history correctly, the Amuja and the Zabral fought for centuries over land in the upper forest, but due to infighting, Mama Shaw's forces struggled to make significant gains. In order to promote cooperation, the Hibo Botswana clans intermarried. That's how blessed siblings were first conceived. In mind, let's talk to the people and learn why they rely on blessed siblings. I mean, that seems like a big... What is it? There's still people... This land was once rich with ore, but the giants did not stop digging until all the veins were spent. The meteorites are only good for so much. Even if we made overtures to the traders, we have little to offer. Nothing would make me happier than to make a good life for my family in the place I was born, but that's impossible. So the resources are as sparse as they are. You don't have good prospects for trade. Those who have known only open skies and bountiful land cannot comprehend our plight. To thrive, we must take what we lack by force, and for that, we need the bite of blessed siblings. There have been other ways to thrive, ways that don't require fighting. As you have noticed, the forest is very dark. Hardly any sunlight makes it through the canopy, so it feels like it's always night. I know a world that was always night. We plow, we fertilize, we irrigate, yet our crops shrivel and die as though cursed. There's only one that grows well, and that is the Naljol, the banana, in Toriel. Try to live on that in Lulus for centuries and see how you like it. Forest where nothing grows. It's not hard to imagine why you'd want to leave. Blessed Symbols promise us more strength. They promise us the sun. The forest is dark and inhospitable. And given the choice to live on Tulula, most of our people didn't think twice. Still, the prospect of being here among so many outsiders was intimidating enough that kept many of us here. Blessed siblings are meant to deliver us from this accursed forest and lead us to the fertile lands above, where we might make a place for Mama Jal to abide in peace and plenty. So if you desire fertile land, one that's all your own. Well, I'm starting to understand. Everyone has their own perspective, but all their concerns were about the forest itself. Dark and infertile, cursed. Hearing that, it's little wonder people here wish they had better land. And who better to get it for them than blessed siblings? It's hard to convince the people to stay in a place that can't provide what they need. You'd think the meteorites at least would have value, but apparently not. Hold on. Didn't Erenville mention about the meteorites? That the aether makes the plants glow blue? A rather significant physiological effect, I would say. If we were to study these meteorites, we might discover other ways they influence the local fauna. I noticed a curious amalgamation of tree and meteorite just south of here. Determining how precisely how they interact with us may yield crucial insights. Everyone, you really appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. Thanks to your insights, we have a promising idea already. We need a moment to investigate it further, so please bear with us. We'll be right back. Now watch over things while you're away. Go and help the third promise however you can. Longs has given up hope anyone understanding our plight. The forest rejects us, from our doomed crops to those unnatural meteorites. The signs are unmistakable. Trust me, if this forest had anything others might want, I would have found it by now. We who live in the forest have precious little choice. We have to fight if we're to do more than survive. Still don't see me, still don't see me. Don't see me, don't see me! Good monster. That's a cool looking monster. Is it a fate monster or a rare monster? It is a rare monster. Tis a rare one. I have to sneeze again, sorry. Sorry. At first glance, this forest seems to have a haven of mysterious beauty, but in reality, living here is quite another matter. What a remarkable tree. I hope it'll provide us with the insights we need. The plants shrivel as though cursed. I can hazard a guess as to why. The aether and probably the iron. I had known that Yaktel was battered by a veritable deluge of meteorites long ago, but I never considered how their presence might affect the environment. It's really incredible how a tree could support such an enormous boulder. The meteorite's etheric emissions are palpable, even from this distance. Seeing this makes me feel more confident in sharing a theory of mine. I suspect that only plants with etheric affinity to these meteorites can survive in this forest. So if the gargantuan tree that creates the densely canopy would be a necessity to possess the same affinity, as well as the aforementioned Nojol tree. Indeed, I'd like to analyze samples of the meteorite before drawing any definitive conclusions, however. I carry with me a few devices that will aid in this endeavor, but perhaps you and Kieri could lend your expertise as well. I'd like to join you. Etheric signature of those meteorites may be crucial in determining what specific species may fare well here. I mean, just like they brought over, well, the sailor dude brought over, you know, corn and all this other stuff. We'll bring back over stuff. I think that's what you're getting at. If we prove them cursed force isn't quite so cursed, maybe people won't feel like blessed siblings are their only solution. So how can I help you? Want me to climb the tree and break off a piece of meteorite for you? There are plenty of fragments on the ground already. Should be enough for our purposes if we gather about 5 pieces each. Even if those fragments are gathered from disparate locations, I will correct the pieces once you have them. Is it... I'm trying to remember... One of them's the... It's not the head of. The voice of. It's not the voice of. It's like... Ah! I'm trying to remember. One of them's of reason, and the other one's of... might? Vow! It's Vow! I'm smart. The reason the tree grew so big was because of the meteorite's energies? Meteorite chart. What was I thinking? Voice. Well, both of them start with a V. The more fragments we gather, the better. Let's see. We do all we can. I should have brought better tools. It's too big for our purposes, but a shard of it might do. Ernvo, if you would. I mean, I can mine, but I'm not sure if y'all will want me to. So how do I get back up? Oh, it's still down, so. Kana. I have mine already, so let me know when you have yours. Anybody else? Thancred and the others are talking with. I mean, making sure what's his bastard's face. Did you find your fragments? Yep. Much obliged. Alphino, Kieri, and I will combine the gathered samples and conduct an analysis forthwith. Determining the way may take a little while, but I'm hopeful that our efforts will bear fruit. I'll tell my sister to await our arrival as she'll go meet her there. We'll be returning with our results as soon as possible. Okay, now I get to ask how the fuck do I get up? Oh, right over there. I feel like the game had us do that in this exact order for this reason. Woo! I followed the subliminal clues. I'm getting tired, and we're at 7 hours. I'll try and finish this area. Glad that they're willing to wait. Don't trust the third promise yet, but if she can offer some tangible hope, then maybe. Many reluctant to trust the third promise, but all agreed to wait for her return. That alone gives me cause for hope. I honestly don't know what to hope. I hope to hear. If you can truly help us, I'll wait here as long as you need. I didn't mean to talk to the... We'll do all we can. The rest we leave to Kohana and the others. I don't know the first thing about these Charlene devices of his, but they can be of help to Mamuk. I'm glad he has them. There's hope yet for this forest yet, Ishnai. I can feel it. Of course, purple. Solution. Veto the Brotherhood. I'm sure Ziriza has choice words for us if he knew what we were up to, but his people are my people, and I can't ignore their plight. If I'm to call myself Dawn Servant one day, I have to bring an end to the tragedy here. Many depend on me, Baku Jaja not least of all. Anyways, I'm sure Kahana and the others will be back soon with their report. Waiting. Waiting. Will this be voiced? Damn it, no. Good evening, everyone assembled. In light of our new news, I thought it only right to call the others. Thanks to the efforts of all, I'm pleased to say our analysis has revealed many valuable insights. I dare say the prognosis is hopeful. Earlier we asked about the hopes you placed in the Blessed Siblings. Why they are important to you. Your overwhelming response was a frustration towards this forest. For lack of natural resources to the inability to cultivate crops, all in respect have you struggled to build a prosperous home, thus your understandable desire for a new land. However, it would be an unfortunate dismissal of what makes your forest uniquely valuable. That is, the soil. Our tests have proven it, and without a doubt, the heartland is abundantly fertile. This may be surprising to hear, as you have seen the crops fail time to time again, but we've discovered the root of this problem as well. The meteorites scattered throughout your forest emit an unusual energy that greatly influences the development of the surrounding plant life. Some plants thrive on this energy, like the Najol and the giant trees that create the canopy, but others, as you well know, are sickened by it. Fortunately, the solution is simple. Across the salt, in a place called Charlian, there's a peerless collection of floral sampled from every corner of the world. Now that we know what energies are most prevalent in your forest, we can offer you seeds and starter guaranteed to thrive here. I took the liberty of contacting a few colleagues via Link Pearl. Should you desire them, a sample of our best candidates can be shipped here in a short order. Just as Eorzea acquired the Popoto and tomato from Toriel, so too may the Mamuk benefit from foreign crops. You mean we'd be able to grow more than Najol here? Precisely. While care must be taken to choose the species that will not have an adverse effect on the ecosystem, your agricultural options should increase markedly. With the right crops, Mamuk will have all it needs to prosper, both home and in trade. Blessed siblings don't need to be the answer anymore. Then, there was never any need to fight? Never any need to sacrifice? We can't change the past, but we try and make the future better. Let the old teachings end with us. I know blessed siblings represent absolute strength to you. Letting go of that idea can't be easy. But I'll prove when we work together, our combined strength can achieve anything. Show us promise. If there's another way, for our children and our home, we'll no longer suffer in silence. Why are you looking at me? Sometimes we have to fight alone, but not this time. Will you say a few words this night? About what? Anything's possible when you work together. Our victory over... Say, I'd rather, you know, do something that they'd understand. The great Gojo Jaja himself struggled to even seal it. We've said what we've wanted to say. Now all that's left is to defeat my father's shade in the feet of brotherhood and clear the way for Mamuk's bright new future. Mamuk. Mamuk, blah, blah, blah. Do not give us cause to question your faith in you, please. Live up to your words. I will. After we complete this feat, let's be sure to tell Azirija the good news about his forest. I'm sure he's as eager as anyone to eat what tasty foods they'll grow here. Probably not. Sometimes zealots, the only way it works is it's not. Compassion for even the likes of him. You continue to eclipse me in every way. Then it is a simple choice. We're counting on you, Waku Lamont. Where's everybody? Alright. Wakulamont's gone ahead and announced her readiness. I never imagined the samples we so feverishly collected for the Exodus would find a new purpose here. But if they help these people improve their prospects, all the better. Anyways, we should go and meet our comrades where Zolja made his own attempt. The final feat awaits. Oh, you mean Darth Jar Jar? I'm lost. Hey, I heard you're good at getting lost. Yes. Ba-bum. Interesting that it has rocks like that supporting it. Who's gonna be healing? I can offer moral support at best. For whatever it's worth, good luck. Yeah, I know, right? This may bring us closer to the Golden City, but for now we must stand this strong for the people of Mamuk. Where did Kohana go? Did you see him? I don't know. He's making a decision. Ziri-cha's attention to this feat is to prove the supremacy of blessed siblings, but Waku Lamat shall instead prove that there are other ways for Mamuk's people to empower themselves. Should I go in as a healer? Probably. Someone has to go fetch Ziri-ja. He should be here soon. Vision time. Okar. Okara. Well, my item level is not much higher. Okay, that music.
Zirelja, I'm ready for the final feat.
Grown weary of postponing the inevitable, have you?
Yeah, sure.
Something like that. You see, I've learned all sorts of things about Mamuk and your people.
Is that supposed to impress me?
No.
I now understand why I need to surpass blessed siblings. The cost of producing superior offspring is destroying your people's souls. Look at them, and you'll see this. So I'll defeat my father's shade, and prove to you that there's a better path for Mamuk.
What drivel! Without the blessed, we are nothing but weaklings! Doomed to fade into obscurity.
Of course you're weak. We all are, each and every one of us.
But together we are strong.
But when we join hands,
I mean, close
we
enough.
gain the strength to overcome any foe, even Vali Yarmanda.
Enough talk. Prove your mettle against Gulul Jaja, the finest warrior ever to have graced Tural.
I mean, I did equal him in a fight.
Fine by me. Not even Papa's shade will stop me from upholding his legacy.
Of course, only one of his heads was awake, but I mean...
I will fight alongside her.
The Hi. What's going on?
Claimants are not permitted to assist one another. Second promise. But you may observe your sister's pitiable attempt.
We're gonna
I
trial
see.
this?
In that case...
Are you gonna shoot it? Are you gonna shoot it? You didn't shoot it!
It seems I'm no longer a claimant. I am now free to participate, I trust. What are you scheming?
A lot of things.
Nothing. I've simply come to realize who is worthy of following in Father's footsteps. Not our brother. Not Bakul Jaja. And not me.
Oh, sweetie! You're special in your own way.
You have
That's
always
part of my
held
harem.
the happiness of our people closest to your heart, Lamachi. So I will do everything in my power to ensure you ascend to the throne. This is how I shall repay Father for his kindness. This is how I shall serve Tuli Yolal.
I could always count on you, Kona.
Kona.
Thank you.
It will make no difference. Numbers matter not in the face of true might.
But true, because I did face off against Xenos alone.
Kulul Jaja, mightiest of the blessed, arise!
Ah.
Everyone ready?
I was always ready, except when I'm not. Aaronville being smart, getting out of the way!
No hard feelings, Papa. I've got a lot of hopes riding on my shoulders, and the only way forward is through you.
I mean, what? This is not really your papa. Fucking hell! I was gonna say, server, please no. Big blue ball! I big absolutely the fuck blue ball! Game! 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 Tonight? Why? The fuck? 36. I don't know. I think there was a mass. Come on, come on, come on! Game's torturing me! Ah! Alright, let's try that again. Skip. Don't you dare. I'll say, don't you fucking dare!
Bear witness to our resolve.
And the reason which guides our journey.
So long as we stand together, we're unstoppable.
These blaze sundered Baligarmanda scales.
Blades of fire rain.
I can't mark them. Ah! Yep.
Take that!
Fuck. 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 Fuck.
What a chore. Ever hungry for battle.
Oh, head of reason.
Go forth. Overbearing bastard.
I mean, I am a bastard, yes. I'm also a bitch. So make sure to get that right next time.
How is this?
I don't know, how is it? Can we not chain my... Can we not chain part of my harem?
Some manner of paralyzing effect. Defend the afflicted!
We must free them! Target the constricting flames!
None can outrun my flames.
I have you. For Lamachi!
I'm trying! I'm trying!
Not enough. But together, we shall triumph.
We can move now.
I have you.
Don't give me balance, sir.
I have you.
You're not alone.
I mean, I am very much alone in this attack. Please, please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. I am about to...
Got you!
I'm about to continuously make noises.
I have you.
Sound like a plan? I'm just here for the free show. Except when I'm not. Help, 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 help! Fuck! No! I'm fine, everything's fine, everything's fine.
We'll get through this.
I have your back. I shall assist thee.
Right on the mark.
I know not who you are, but I applaud your tenacity.
I have a lot of
Surely
things.
This will quench your thirst for battle.
Amy?
Bitch.
Resolve and reason kindle. By crimson wrath be sundered.
Big sword.
Everyone, get behind me! I've got a bad feeling about this.
I mean,
Will
nothing's
you
fine.
have the strength to stand after this?
I don't know, will I?
I will be the next Dawn Servant. I will protect my people. that the best you can do?
She falls over.
Impressive! But I'm not finished yet.
Of course you weren't.
We will see Lamachi become Dawn Servant. For Tule Yolal!
We did it! We did it! Okay. Were you really expecting anything different? Even with my screams? Yes, the list of the stuff.
That's my old man for you.
Thank you! How's work going?
I refuse to accept this.
Doesn't fucking matter.
Ain't that a bit stubborn? Even for you.
That... who? The adventurer! With cheekbones.
Arugadin? It couldn't be...
Tanqua! It's been too long.
Yeah, we all know who it really is.
It has indeed. You're looking more imposing since last I saw you, Wuklamat.
Tanqua?
My Turali moniker. Galul Jaja insisted I take one, saying my birth name was too cumbersome for the local tongues.
That birth name being Ketenram, I presume.
No! Ketenram's that legendary Eorzean sailor. The one with the pickled cabbage.
Pickle cabbage?
We can talk about me cabbage later.
Please don't.
Zarelja, whether you like it or no, these young'uns accomplished the feat. To deny Wuklamat her reward would be to betray the Dawn Servant's trust.
Yeah, bitch!
And what should she be rewarded for? Calling upon her minions to carry her to victory!
Not minions. We're Waku Lamont's friends and comrades.
Comrades, you believe a ruler should be reliant upon such?
Bitch, yes. Did I stutter?
Together we can achieve anything. You needn't place your faith in the promise of blessed siblings.
How would you have us reclaim our glory?
Farming!
With friendship and community. With us.
If you need to rule, you should be more sparing with your offers of clemency. Especially to a man who has sacrificed countless young lives.
Well, we don't have to sacrifice anymore.
Nevertheless, I will fulfill my charge as Elector. In recognition of your feat,
I bestow upon you a keystone.
Bitchin'.
Congratulations are nearly in order, I suppose. I'm confident that you will find the Golden City in no time.
Cool.
You've grown much, and more during this journey. Become someone ready to lead our nation. Little Lamachi no longer. As your brother, I couldn't be more proud.
Aww.
Kona. Thank you.
I must express my gratitude for your cooperation. And my regret for failing to live up to expectations.
Oh, hardly. You weren't going to win against me.
Nonsense. If you believe Wuk-Lamat is the woman for the job, then you have our wholehearted support.
One last thing. I wish to speak to you both from the heart. Practiced as I am, this may sound hackneyed, but I am truly grateful to have met you.
Oh.
Words spoken with such feeling would resonate with any fortunate enough to hear them. Though our journey together hath ended, ever shall we cherish the memories.
Thanks for the memories!
And should you require further esoteric musings or biting witticisms, don't hesitate to call. I dare say we'll come flocking. But I get ahead of myself. As I recall, our contract remains in effect until we've escorted the second promise back to the capital.
I leave my sister in your capable hands. See that she returns home safely.
You've still malms to go yet, Wuk-Lamat. The rite ain't over till you find the city of gold.
I know. But if I can come this far, I can go all the way.
All the way. Joy is stand by this outcome. I'm also eager to speak to Kithadram about it when we have the chance. Dare say this second promise has warmed a great deal since we first met him. I dare say that wise and witty duo has been of no little influence. I know, right? Even as a shade, the Dawn Servant's strength was incredible. I shudder to imagine how we might have fared without the second promise's support. We doing fine. Glad to see you all remain in one piece. Not but a bit of hardship to see your precious children grow into fine adults. Will not stand in your way. But mark me, your victory does not afford you the authority to dictate our future. We will decide what is best for Hamuk, no one else. Go and tell the people of our victory. The third promise. You brought everyone? We were just coming to you. We did it, Maisha. We proved to Arton that not even my father's full power could overcome the strength of our fellowship. I knew you would. I was right to trust you. You fulfilled your promise. Now it's our turn. You've shown us another way, that we can build lives we've always wanted, here in our homeland, without sacrifice. Since our new crops will come across the salt, I suppose we have to treat the outsiders as equals, of course. Inside or outside, we're all just people, no matter what we look like or where we're born. When you're not used to all the color or variety, differences can feel like obstacles. But by learning more about what makes us different, we could also find some common ground in places we never expected. Something new may become something you love. Someone you once hated might one day become your friend. You never know unless you keep an open mind. And while it may feel scary, taking that first step towards understanding is always worth it. Of course, learning about outsiders might help Momok grow. What happens when they learn about us? About what we've done? They will not. For generations, our covenant has been kept secret, and so it shall remain. The atrocities committed here were facilitated by the arches. We know, and no one else are responsible. For my deeds, I am prepared to forfeit my life, but I will not suffer others to be damned alongside me. No one's being damned, and your life isn't forfeit. Last thing the city needs is more death. Bako Zhozha hasn't fought this hard for this long only to lose his father. If you truly feel responsible, be the first person to extend understanding to the others on behalf of Momok. Your community is waiting for you here in Tulula. Don't know why you're showing me. I have nothing really to do that. The kitty is looking adorable. We can still make things right, my love. Choose a different side of history. Thank you, Third Promise. Thank you for everything. Cat. You still owe me an explanation about that cabbage, you know. Does he, though? People of Mabok have accepted you. Merchants and menders are now available for use. Shiny. All the things I expected to discover in Toriel, Eorzea's most legendary sailor was not among them. I was expecting it, since you kept on being brought up, and that's the rule of games, if we're gonna, you know, keep foreshadowing it so goddamn hard. We ought to speak with Kin and Ram before we do anything else. I mean, we could. Tanqua does look similar to some Eorzean sailors I've seen, but I never would have guessed he was Kit and Ram. It's never too late to let go of prejudice. No matter how difficult it may seem, it can be done. This is my first time meeting Kit and Ram. A Rotigan if I've ever saw one. This ain't no place for a proper chat. My cabin's just north of the city. Blue-eyed abode, as people call it on the account of me dazzling whiskers. But not because of the blue city. The blue plants. The blue everything. Oh, that's near where we came in, so he might have seen everything. I mean, he probably did anyways, but I mean... The man values his privacy, I notice. A rather humble residence for a legendary explorer. I would expect a manor decorated with exotic treasures. I mean, I'm probably gonna end up in a place like this. I heard that Kenenram's disappearance and explorers across the Eorzea banded together in search of him, but I doubt they ever thought to look here. Wonder how long it's been since he settled down here. Not for 4 walls and a roof, but enough for most folks. Make yourself comfortable. Am I reading this, or it will be read to me? Damn it, I'm reading it, and my voice is going. Why do you choose to settle down in Mamuk? Haven't exactly been welcoming to outsider, legendary explorer or otherwise. All the more reason to keep a weathered eye on them, though seeing how you won them over, methinks I'll have less need for vigilance. I'm here at Gojo's Jaja's behest to ensure his hard-won One Piece is kept, and incidentally, to remind Ziriza of his duty as elector should it be he have forgotten it. My old man ordered you to stay here? There's no way to treat an honored guest. Huh, I'd say I'm more than your father's guest by now. Or didn't you see the sculpture atop the... That's right, Kenenram was one of the names. Your father and I fought shoulder to shoulder in many a battle, Vardigama being but one of our triumphs. He and I are brothers. So when your brother tells you to stand watch, you stand watch. And if you trust in his judgment and his strength of will, even if that means you have to sit out on occasional scrap. Surely you understand such a woman, surrounded as ye are by all these bright and eager faces. I do. My comrades are my strength. My friends are my power. Oh, and thanks to them, I understand Papa's hopes for this nation. What I must continue to protect. Then prove your readiness for the throne, Waku Lamont. Find the Golden City. Oh, I will. With these ones beside me, even uncovering a legend should be child's play. I mean, yes. Especially since I believe I already have. All by yourself? How? When? Well, you know, the electors are forgiven for giving unfair advantage to the claimants. So when the chief refused to divulge why my father passed through Brax 20 years ago, his silence spoke volumes. Well, yeah, because he's not villain of the chapter anymore. You think Golf's visit has something to do with the Golden City? Precisely. Moreover, only the giants who lived at Yantel ever dreamed of those golden dreams. When exposed to certain triggers, those with magical aptitude have been known to receive visions. And if Gur's abilities are all representative, the giants are no stranger to the arcane, which means the dreamers availed likely owed their experiences to their inherent qualities and their proximity to the city itself, here in these forests. Then we have to search his Yaktelel from top to bottom, right? It would behoove us to try and narrow our focus. To that end, I propose we return to Mamuk and make inquiries. While there, we can take all the opportunity to see any necessary travel preparations. When everyone is ready, let us assemble at the Aetherite. That sounds like a good stopping point. You're... Aya's boy, ain't ya? That's what I thought. That was correct. She told me about you. Said she tasked you with finding the Golden City. I might even succeed despite my best efforts. I'd begun to think it was a fool's errand. My own fruitless search in my youth proved as much. Yet here you are, older and wiser, playing the fool again. Courtesy of the company I've been keeping, perhaps. Wakulamon's not the only one who's grown thanks to her comrades. We'll find it. Together. Was I ever that young? I know that feeling. God. Spending time with Bunny Boy? Erinville? He waited for me. It seems Kinnaram knows my mentor, so we chatted a bit longer. Alphino says to meet by the Aetheryte, so I'll see you there. Well, I mean, you don't know how to fight, so in case something came out of nowhere and, you know, bit your head off. Okay, I need to stop, I need to stop, I need to stop, I need to stop. You hear me? I need to stop! It's 8 hours in. And I feel my voice cracking. Also, he stopped being a villain of the chapter, therefore it still counts! It's 4:20 a.m. Okay. I have somebody. Alright, y'all. This was Ishnai Ciarfox. I hope you have a good day or night whenever it is, wherever it is you currently are. If you're watching this on YouTube, please like, subscribe, and comment.